guys, Veggie Gamer back and we're here guys, we're starting a brand new book today guys, cannot wait for this, seriously. Many of you have said it's your favourite in the series guys, then again, many of you said that the last one, Goblet of Fire, was your favourite in the series, but you know, that's definitely a good sign. But yes, we are now starting here, Harry Potter and the Order of Phoenix guys. Really looking forward to this. I got to admit guys, because I tried to avoid rewatching the movies, just so when I'm doing these book reviews, it's like, you know, there's no, I remember as little as possible for the movie, so I'm experiencing the book afresh. I gotta admit, with this and the next one, Half-Blood Prince, I kind of get muddled with what is in it and what isn't. I know that Umbridge is in this one, that's kind of like the main event, obviously, and obviously the founding of the Order of Phoenix, I would presume. And also that scene. But yes, I do get a little bit muddled with what is and what isn't in this story, guys, and so I'm really looking forward to checking out these chapters. We start in a very different way, guys. I'll obviously go into my notes in a bit, guys, but yeah, it definitely feels very different. It's a very different start to the book compared to previous books, and so we'll get into my notes soon, guys. By the way, guys, if you're new here, I'm Veggie. Hello. We've been doing all the Harry Potter books, so I don't know why you're starting at this point, but if you are, you're very welcome. Yes, we've been doing all the Harry Potter book reviews, guys, since I checked out the movies on the channel as well. And yes, guys, absolutely fallen in love with these books, guys. They're so good. I did say in the previous episode, Goblet of Fire, right now, is my favourite book out of them all. I just thought it was phenomenal, guys. I really did. And so, yeah. So we basically go through my notes of the chapters. This will be the first 2 chapters of the book. Very little recapping in this start, which is actually quite unusual for the start of a Harry Potter book. Very little recapping, and so we're basically getting straight into the action, really. And so then I'll give my thoughts on it, and then in the second half of it, guys, you can be a part of the oh, I got it ready. On the book club. There we go. The Harry Potter Book Club, which is something which is over on the Patreon, guys. You can back the Patreon for as little as you want and get access to everything on there. Literally just $1 and get access to everything, including these posts where you can give your thoughts and feelings about the chapters, your opinions, any questions, any theories, all that sort of stuff. It's the best part of doing these book reviews, guys, is reading out the book club. And so if you want to be a part of that, you can check out the Patreon. You also get 2 more episodes of this. So if you're watching this for free on YouTube, and it's the most recent one, and you get to the end, over on the Patreon, there is already 2 more reviews waiting for you, and so if you want, which is basically like another 10 hours, probably, knowing me. So if you want to get right up to speed with where we are in the book reviews, you can. But either way, guys, don't worry if you can't back it. All this will be coming for free on YouTube as usual. Really looking forward to this, guys. Oh, now, over on the Patreon as well, we've also been running a poll of what thing people wished was in Goblet of Fire the most that was in the book but wasn't in the movie. I will be giving you the results of that later on. After I've given my initial thoughts on Order of the Phoenix, I will let you know the results on that. It's very close right now, so I want to give it as much time as possible, like a couple more hours, just to get the definitive win and everything. But yes, some really close ones in there, guys. It really is. But either way, before all that, let's get over to my notes. Thank you so much, Jones, for doing the side panels. Thank you so much, Max, for doing the summaries that I read out at the start of these chapters. Let's start Order of the Phoenix, Chapter 1, Dudley Demented. We open with Harry hiding outside an open window listening to the news, as it's the only way he can hear any kind of information. That's right, Muggle news is the only way he can get any information about, because nobody from the Wizarding World is letting him know what's going on. However, per usual, there's nothing. As he sits thinking angrily to himself why no one is telling him anything, he hears a large crack and draws his wand. Just then, Uncle Vernon gets a hold of him, thinking the noise was him. After an argument, Harry heads off and notices Dudley and his friends are walking about. Harry approaches Dudley in a state of mind. In the state of mind he is in, he antagonizes Dudley until his cousin fires back and taunts Harry about dreaming about Cedric. Harry pulls his wands at the exact same time. It starts to get very cold. I feel like he pulls his wand well before, and we'll get to it though, because yeah, I'll say this right now. Harry's morality in this first chapter, actually, let's just say first chapter, is very, very fascinating, and it's so real. And we're seeing a real side of Harry, which we would never see in the movies. And so we all get to it. But yes, it suddenly gets very, very cold and dark. Harry knows exactly what they are, Dementors, and begins to fight them off, but not before they could do some damage to Dudley. Thank God for I think it's Mrs. Fig. I think it's Mrs. Fig. I feel like that's in my notes, but you got Miss Fig. I will look that up in a moment, in fact. Shows up screaming about Mundungus Fletcher. Wait, what? Yes, now that threw me off as well. In fact, there's a few things, particularly in the second chapter, which really confused me. I thought it was Mrs. Fig. Let's have a quick look. Yeah, apparently it's Mrs. Which is interesting, because we've never heard about any husband or anything, but, you know. Either way, I've got some more squib questions, as always, guys. But we'll get to it when we get to it. So, first of all, guys, Dudley Demented. The title of that is... The word demented is not that great. It is quite rare. In fact, it was actually in Tangled, which I did a reaction to on the YouTube channel recently. And even when Gothel said it, I was like, whoa, okay, that's kind of like out of nowhere. It's quite a strong word, at least in the UK anyway. But yeah, the title of the chapter did make me, you know, think twice a little bit, but either way. So guys, it's the most British thing in the world. It's the most British thing in the world that this book about adventure and magic and fantastic beasts and all these, this huge secret world and everything starts off with a hosepipe ban. That is the most British thing in the world, guys. It really, really is. I don't even know if other countries have hosepipe bans, like, ever, but yes, we do have them from time to time over here. But yeah, that is incredible. It's absolutely brilliant. And interestingly, in the movie, there are several places with their sprinklers going in the front garden during the day. So obviously there's no hosepipe ban in the movie, unless people are just ignoring it, which obviously people are ignoring it in the book, but in a different way. So yes, it's the hottest day of the year. Harry is laying in a flower bed. I like the way it introduces that, because it doesn't actually say why he's doing it straight away. So I was like, why is he doing that? But it does obviously explain it eventually. His clothes are typically very, very old and everything. They're very, very dated. They're worn and everything. I do feel like he could possibly use magic to fix them, but obviously, you know, we don't want the mystery to get involved in everything. That being said, if he was to take his clothing with him to Hogwarts, he could fix them then, wouldn't he? Or maybe he could even get some better clothes? I don't know, because at the Quidditch World Cup, they were all dressed, attempting to dress like Muggles. And they were wearing Muggle clothing. So presumably there is somewhere in the Wizarding world where you can go and buy Muggle-style clothing. And obviously Harry would be able to, you know, pick the ones which wouldn't clash, which obviously everyone in the Wizarding world was rubbish at. But yeah, because obviously in the Wizarding world he's minted, to put it one way. He has a lot of money, I should say. But yeah, it's interesting. But then again, I guess, I mean, particularly this year, he's thinking, okay, well, I just need to go back to the Dursleys for a bit, and then I'm going to go to the Weasleys, and it's going to be great. So he probably isn't even thinking about that. But yeah, there were ways around the clothing being better, but I don't know. I don't think the Dursleys would care if he was to get better clothing. Maybe they would. I'm not sure. But either way, again, it's not his priority, especially this year. It's absolutely not his priority to think about his clothing and everything. Hiding from the Dursleys' glare and nasty questions. So yeah, it's very, because Harry's been like trying to listen to the news and everything. You know, the Dursleys have been like, you know, giving him stink eye and like asking what the heck's going on and everything. Yeah, I think it says like, yeah, like, but it's quite proudly says Dudley doesn't have a clue what's going on, and that's how you should be at that sort of age, you know, which is kind of. I kind of get that. I kind of appreciate Vernon's take on that, but obviously, you know, Harry has his reasons. And the thing is, he doesn't want to have to explain it. He could say, well, that Sirius Black and everything that was being talked about, he's in the Wizarding world. But why would he want that? And also, he doesn't want any connection between him or Sirius Black to be known by the Dursleys, obviously. And so, it makes sense that he's just keeping stum. And even later on in the second chapter, there's a time where he really could just explain stuff, but he just thinks that there's just no point. And I completely get it. I completely understand why he's being like that. So yes, Harry's been trying to hear the news. And Vernon says how weird that is, that someone his age would be trying to listen to the news. But obviously Harry is after. If something really big happened in the Wizarding world, you'd imagine that something would be reported as being a bit off in the Muggle world. And he actually listens to the entire thing. It's very interesting that's with the Daily Prophet, which he does actually get. I wasn't sure if he did or not. He just glances at the title at the front page. Obviously, he has certain resentments about the paper, for good reason as well, especially with Rita Skeeter and so on. But with the Muggle news, he listens to it all, including the "and finally" story, which again is something which we have in the UK. I think you have it in other countries where the end story to the news is some completely meaningless, uplifting bobbins, basically, which is it's not news essentially. And so, but Harry is even listening, to that just in case, I don't know why I've got this, but it says fruit and bran. I don't know. I don't know if that's what he's been eating or if that's what's being advertised on the TV. I can't remember, guys. But I've written down fruit and bran, which is a very 90s name for a cereal, guys. I know it's something to do with cereal. I don't think it actually talks about Harry's diet at all in these chapters. I don't think it does. But, I made a note there, fruit and bran. So, we hear about how he's been going to see Mrs. Fig and everything, which makes sense that you do drop this in now, because obviously Mrs. Fig showing up in the movie is the first time we've even heard about her, wasn't it? I'm pretty certain. I'm sure it is. Whereas in the book, I feel like it is in the first couple of chapters. I think it is literally in chapter 2, in fact, where we hear about Mrs. Fig. How I think she has a smelly house, or she has a house with a lot of cats in it and everything, and it's a chore to go and visit her and everything, which we find out more about in this chapter, guys, which is wild. It's absolutely wild. But yes, Mrs. Fig has been asking Harry to tea and everything, whenever she sees him, and so he has been ducking and hiding, and hence why he's hiding in the flower bed, as well as also to avoid the ire of the Dursleys. Her name did get mentioned in the hospital wing chapter at the end of Goblet of Fire, but there's no way that Harry was going to make that connection. Seriously, there's going to be many, many Figs, in Wizard World and in Muggle World, so he's not going to put that connection to think, oh, that must be the Fig that I know, It's very interesting that she was mentioned. And I think that she was just referred to as Fig rather than Mrs. Fig. But again, Harry was never going to make that connection, especially in the state that he was in. We hear Vernon referred to Dudley as Dudders, and Petunia says that he's having tea at the Pulkas. I think it's Pulkas. But Harry knows better. He's actually just out vandalising and smoking and and beating people up and so on. I really like what we get from Dudley in this chapter. In the movie, I mean, again, guys, it's the white meat babyface, as they'd say in wrestling, of Harry, where in the movie he does refer to the fact that Dudley is essentially being a coward, beating up small kids and everything. And in the movie, he says there's 5 of you beating up 1 kid. That's brave of you. You get the feeling that is just like him calling Dudley out rather than him trying to provoke Dudley. Because in the book, he's absolutely trying to provoke Dudley and actually make him lose face, as it says in the book as well. This is such an interesting opening for Harry as a character. It really is, how much he has changed. And we've always had those little bits, like I think it's the end of the first book where he says this is going to be the best summer ever, because he's going to be able to taunt the Dursleys and everything. A few years later, that is still there, but it's with a real bitterness. And obviously, with everything that's happening with Harry, that bitterness is absolutely understandable. We hear that that the area that they're living is Little Whining. Now, I'm sure I'm sure that we've heard that before, but for some reason it's only for this time that it's actually, you know, popped into my head as, oh, that's very interesting. I didn't realise that. But yeah, apparently or Little Wearing. Either way, it's the first time that I've really thought, oh, that's interesting. But I believe that must have been at the start of the first chapter, of the first book, I should say. It must have been there. But yeah, only first time I've actually, you know, made note of it. He's been scavenging newspapers from bins and everything, again, trying to find out what's going on in the world. Just kind of messed up, guys. It's a shame that he doesn't have a radio, but then again, he doesn't have anything, does he? At the Dursleys, and so obviously the radio, you know, comes in later on in the movies at least. But yeah, that would have been useful for him. It says how after he listens to the news, he has like a short period of relaxation before the dread of waiting for the next news report comes in, which again is actually giving me the vibe of Deathly Hallows. They Ron on his radio, you know. Again, I don't know if that happens in the book. I presume it does, but yeah, that whole thing of just dreading having to listen to something, expecting the worst, but really hoping it's difficult, guys, because it'd be so much healthier for him to just completely shut off, but then, you know, he's just not going to do that because he's clearly rightfully paranoid at this point. And the fact that he has been getting letters from his friends and associates and everything, but they are being extremely vague and saying that they have to be vague and everything. It's very interesting, guys. It's very interesting, and it's very, very frustrating for Harry. So glad I chose him as my favourite character in the last book, guys. I really am, because it really felt like you know, coming full circle with the character, because obviously I have had issues with Harry in the past, which are, you know, all in my head, obviously. But yes, yeah, that was awesome. And so now that's happened, I feel like I can really make a better connection to the character, and I fully get what he's going through in these chapters. And we will get to it where I do feel like he is essentially being a bully in this chapter. If you think that's warranted or not, that's a separate thing. But I do feel like what he's doing is actually bullying Dudley. But we'll get to it, though. We will get to it. So I thought that maybe he was listening out specifically to Sirius Black news. But it seems like it was so interesting, Molly's reaction to Sirius Black at the end of Goblet of Fire when he appeared in the hospital wing, because I did really feel like, from the movies, it had just been completely and utterly forgotten. Like, as if, like, almost like, as if, like, he wasn't on the run anymore. That's what I got from the movies. Like, oh, well, he escaped on Buckbeak, and now he's a free man. You know, it did kind of feel like that, where he just didn't feel like he was on the run anymore, you know? And so that's definitely not the case in the book, and it wasn't the case in Goblet of Fire. It really wasn't in the book in Goblet of Fire. But yeah, from the movies, that's absolutely how I always felt about Sirius's being on the run. It kind of just stopped being an issue, you know, not so much in the books. And so I was wondering if it was specifically Sirius news that he was listening to, but I don't think it was. I think that even the Muggle News has just stopped reporting on it at this point. So it's just any happenings or, you know, or disasters or anything that Harry could link to the Muggle world, he is listening out for. We hear Vernon complaining about next door using their sprinklers at 3 a.m. because obviously during a hosepipe ban you can't use sprinklers and everything. That pays off brilliantly later on in the next chapter. It really, really does. I love the fact that we're hearing about it here, where Vernon's so like you know, furious about the neighbours using their sprinklers at 3 a.m. I feel like using your sprinklers at 3 a.m. is actually quite bad for your lawn. I think it actually is. I feel like I feel like the perfect time is sort of like between 8 a.m. and 10 a.m. or something like that. So definitely before midday. But not at night though. I feel like doing it at night is actually bad. But then again, it's you know, it's better than not having any rain at all though. And so yeah, but you're right. If you try to do it perfectly, I feel like doing it at 3 a.m. is actually a bad idea. Jeez, what a pain that must be. I know that now you can get timer things, but I don't know in the 90s you could get like, you know, things that set off at certain times. You probably could. You probably could. I'm not sure. the news talks about like some celebrity having a breakup with their partner. I think, and like Petunia says, as if anyone's interested in their doing it, on their goings on, but it's absolutely blatantly like eating every single bit of it up, like reading every single news article about it and everything like that. So it's very, very amazing, and I feel like that people are like that a lot in real life, where they pretend that they don't want to listen to stuff, but are actually secretly obsessed with it. Not even secretly, but just unwittingly obsessed with it. Like, they don't even realise that they're doing it. But yeah, I appreciate that. Some good stuff, obviously for Petunia, hugely in these chapters, but it's really nice to check in with the Dursleys and see what they're all like at this point, particularly Dudley, but we will get to it. And like I say, guys, when I say about Harry bullying Dudley, I'm not. That's not in a judgmental way. I feel like Dudley absolutely warrants it, to an extent, but it is still bullying, though. But we will get to it. We hear about Bungee the Budgie water skiing, and that's where Harry is like, okay, cool. So nothing about the Wizarding World in today's news. And yeah, that is the and finally story at the end. There's a sudden crack and a panic. Harry jumps up and smacks his head on the window, which is friggin' horrible, guys. I mean, I do that all the time. Not on windows specifically, but on cabinets. I will do that all the time. I'll get something out of the cabinet, look down, and go back up and hit my head on the door. I do that way too much. I really, really do. Maybe that explains my channel, guys, but I do that way too much. Apparently a cat runs from outside from under a car. I did for a second think, oh, McGonagall, but no. I feel like I'm going to be like that whenever a cat is mentioned, to be honest. But I'm not sure if Harry even knows that McGonagall is an animagi. Oh, that's interesting. I don't think he does. Because obviously in the movie she just does it in school, doesn't she, in front of students and everything. Whereas I'm pretty sure it is kept secret. I mean, she is registered. I don't know. The thing is, guys, is that animagis are meant to be so animagus, whatever. Meant to be this very rare thing and everything, but there are a lot of them. There are a lot of them, you know. It's like Sirius Black being the first one to break out of Azkaban, but then there's already been. We find out that someone else had already done it. And so, but yeah, I don't know if in the book Harry knows McGonagall is an animagi. I don't think he does. And again, I presume that she was registered, but I have no reason to, I have no reason for that to assume that, because obviously, she transformed in front of Dumbledore, but obviously Dumbledore's not gonna report her or anything. It says how two large purple hands grab Harry by the throat. And I was thinking, whoa, what the heck is this going to be? But it turns out it's just Vernon. He's just he's so angry that he's turned purple and everything. But yeah, for half a second, I do feel like maybe it's going to be some sort of crazy spell that someone was using on Harry. But no, absolutely not. The cool thing is that despite the fact that the movie did kind of follow the notes of the book in these chapters, I was always on edge of thinking what exactly is going to happen, and obviously a lot of stuff particularly in the second chapter, happens, which did not in the movie. The movie's so weird, guys. It's so not the entire movie, sorry, but the start of the movie. I was just watching the first, the scenes that we're covering to refresh my mind exactly what is actually included in the movie, and it's so eerie. It's really quiet. I mean, it's really quiet. I need to turn my volume up just to hear the conversation between Harry and, well, not so much Dudley, but Harry speaking to Dudley. It's very, very eerie, I'm trying to think of the opening scenes of each movie so far. Obviously, McGonagall turning up at Privet Drive. Chamber of Secrets. The first scene in Chamber of Secrets. I presume it's just Harry at the Dursleys getting ready for the dinner, isn't it? And then Dobby showing up. Azkaban is obviously them on their way. Oh, it's obviously Frank's story, but then also them on their way to the Quidditch World Cup. But this one, it's so freaking eerie. And if people were upset by the end of Prisoner of Azkaban, the movie this is, watching the start of Goblet of Fire must be... sorry, Goblet of Fire. Anyone who's upset by the end of Goblet of Fire, the start of Order of Phoenix must be thinking, oh god, here we go again. Because it's so eerie, guys. It really is. Even... I was going to say even the scene at the Dursley's house. I don't think it really is. In fact, that's actually quite funny, obviously. Although Vernon's performance is very... It's like... It's bizarre, his performance in that scene. It really is. And also, there's no justice moment, which makes a lot of sense now I think about it. I was kind of waiting for it, but it makes a lot of sense that Harry... That Vernon wouldn't be vitriolic, is that the right term? But he wouldn't really care about that right now because of what's happening with Dudley. That being said, guys, I made it in my notes. They chose the perfect actor, and that actor is fantastic. He's fantastic in everything. He really was. But yeah, there's something quite spooky about the entire thing. Like everyone's performance. Obviously, Dudley's performance is really odd. Yeah, the start of the movie is very strange. That's my comment. And obviously, in the books, it's not as strange, but it's really getting into the action. Like, it always felt like in these books, it's so like you have the the anointings of the Dursleys, but then you have like a real treat where something's really nice is happening for Harry, and you're really glad for him, and then we're off to Hogwarts. You know, that's just not going to be the case in this book. You know, and I don't know. This is the great thing. I don't know what's going to be happening in the coming chapters. I really don't. But yeah, this ain't your usual Harry Potter start to a book. That's for sure. So yeah, it turns out the purple hands are Vernon. I really was confused by it. He gets a shock off Harry, which is interesting. I don't know if that is Harry just... I feel like it says that Vernon got a shock of Harry. I don't know if that is Harry doing anything per se, because obviously, you know, he does magic by accident sometimes. But yeah, that's my take from that. Obviously, like all the neighbours are like looking out the windows now to see what the loud noise was, and like Vernon goes, "Lovely evening" to Mrs. Number 7, which I really like that term. I really like that term, Mrs. Number 7. He says, "Oh, did you hear that car backfiring just now?" Which I feel like it's something which Vernon has used as an excuse before. Maybe not. But yeah, that is like your go-to. Oh, car backfiring, loud noise, you know. Vernon kind of saves Harry here. In a weird twist. I feel like he tells him to put the wand away, because obviously Harry's like straight into action stations when he hears the crack. And obviously, you know, Vernon doesn't want people to be seeing Harry, you know, using magic and everything. That being said, it's more for Vernon's benefit than Harry, but he does kind of help Harry to an extent, in a weird way. Vernon asks Harry why he's hiding, and he's furious at the fact that Harry is listening to the news again. Listening to the news again, which is literally what he says in the chapter. Well, it changes. Oh yeah, and so Harry, Vernon says, "So we listen to the news again," and Harry replies, "Well, it changes every day, you see," which is such a sassy. It's so nice having sassy Harry back, and he is so sassy in these chapters. He really is, and not even. Well, no, I don't know if sassy is the right term. I think it probably is, because the thing is, he's fed up of the Dursleys' BS, and his life is not great at the moment, and so he's just miserable. And so. I think sassy is probably the right word, but you know, it's not an enjoyment. You know, even what he does to Dudley later on, I feel like there is some enjoyment that he's having it, but I feel like it's more out of frustration. Which, you know, you could say is possibly why Dudley is doing what he's doing to Michael Evans, is it, or whatever? We hear a name later on. I'll have that in my notes, obviously. I got here. Harry could explain himself. He could explain that he's listening to the news just in case if something comes up that could be related to the Muggle world, and just leave it at that. Or he could say, because things are quite dangerous right now, he could obviously bring up Voldemort, but he obviously doesn't want to have to discuss this stuff because he knows how callous and cold Vernon will be regarding that, which he absolutely is in the next chapter. And so Harry could explain it, but it's just pick your battles. There's just no point. And so yeah, it's very interesting character point for Harry there. It's just the fact he could explain, but just isn't. Vernon says that his lot will not appear on Muggle news, and Harry replies, "That's all you know." That's all he does. Again, he could explain, but he's just basically kind of sassing Vernon. It's "Yep, that's all you know." And he could explain further, but he just can't. He just doesn't have the energy for it, which I completely appreciate for him. Petunia asks what all the owls have been doing if they haven't been bringing him news, which is a fair point. Oh yeah, and Vernon refers to them as pestilential birds, which is a term which I've never heard before, guys. That's amazing. What a sentence. Vernon is not a fan of birds in these chapters, guys. So particularly in chapter 2. But yeah, he's not a big fan of them. So I was thinking, that's actually a good point by Petunia. But I was thinking, well, the best way for Harry to do that would be from the Daily Prophet, and Harry's not going to be getting the Daily Prophet. Turns out he actually is getting the Daily Prophet. But again, Harry's not explaining that, though, so it's very interesting. Vernon says, "We're not stupid, regarding Harry and the owls and everything." And Harry replies, "Well, that's news to me." I just got in capital letters, sassy Harry. And after saying that, he just walks off. He just well, that's news to me. It just turns around and walks. Amazing. Which, is the benefit of both of them, Vernon doesn't want to be talking to Harry. He doesn't want to have Harry being there. And so Harry just walks off. But yeah, he's cheeking him, though. He's cheeking him. And despite the fact that Vernon is always furious and asking questions, something like that, he's not threatening Harry in a way that he feels like he could, because he knows the dangers that Harry could be to him. So Harry thinks that the loud cracking noise was someone apparating or disapparating. He thinks that it could be Dobby. In fact, he really is expecting Dobby to be there. He says that as powerful as elves are, that they can't turn themselves invisible, which is interesting, guys. You would feel that they may be able to. Can kind of do it in Hogwarts Legacy, kinda. Harry's thinking about wanting to have contact with the world of which he belongs, which is the term that he uses, which I thought was a very powerful term. But yeah, and yeah, it's absolutely spot on. Yeah, that is absolutely the world where he fits in. Well, more than fits in. He's very, very significant, isn't he? But yeah, it's I really like that term. So he is getting the prod for it, although he just glances at the cover, like I say. I think it would be a big bridge to the Wizarding World. Yeah, it's true. So yeah, the fact that he is only just glancing at the headlines, obviously that is, and that's become the case, because obviously he had been reading it more, but over time he's just looking at the headline now. Because obviously if there was something significant, it would absolutely be headline news. Despite the fact that we're talking about the Daily Prophet here, I'm not so sure, but I would have thought that at least you'd imagine that the Prophet has Quidditch results and all that sort of thing, and maybe little Quidditch videos and everything. You'd think that Harry would appreciate that, but he has so much resentment. Just going on what Fudge said in the hospital wing. Harry has so much resentment towards the Daily Prophets that I feel like that's the real reason that he just isn't reading further into it. Although he is subscribed to it though, but that's in his situation here. He has to though, so that's not like I'm sure he must resent it, but he has to because he has to have at least some knowledge of what's going on. Hermione and Ron have been sending him letters, which is very interesting. But it's never about anything important, and it's always very, very vague. And it seems like they know what's going on. More than Harry would have expected, but they're not letting him in on it, and so he is really resenting him. He's resenting the fact that he thinks that Hermione is at the Weasleys already. Yeah, he's very, very bitter about it all, which is completely understandable. Completely understandable. I'm pretty certain that in the movies they haven't been writing, because I know that one of the movies starts off with Harry really chastising Harry, Ron, Hermione, like saying you haven't been writing to me and everything like that. So, which is a fine change. That's an absolutely understandable change. It just basically gets that whole story arc like out of the way straight away. And so yeah, I did appreciate that. I feel like that was a fine change. I'm pretty sure it is this movie, isn't it? Where he does say that to Ron and Hermione. Although Hermione jump scared me, as I remember. Obviously, Hermione's last line in the movie, and that actually makes it even better. You know, I don't know if this seed was put in on purpose. I'm guessing possibly not, but or maybe because the last line was such, the next story thought, you know what, let's play on that, because Hermione's last line, one of the very last lines in the movie, is "You'll write to me, won't you?" to Ron and Harry. And then in the next movie, it turns out that Hermione hasn't been writing to Harry, and so that's actually quite a nice touch. Whereas in the book she had been, but I feel like that was actually a nice twist. I feel like the movie may have been playing on the end of Goblet of Fire, and if it was, I liked that. I thought that was actually a very nice touch. Harry's birthday has already gone by, which I don't know, guys. Is that the first birthday that we've missed? I don't think it is. No, you know what? I think no, it definitely isn't, because I'm sure that we've had other ones where I feel like Azkaban may even start with Harry having opened his gifts, or him thinking about the gifts or something like that. I can't quite remember. But it is officially past his birthday now. I think it's 2 weeks away from Hogwarts, which just tends to be when things are kicking off in these books as well. Or at least he's been in the Dursleys' house for 4 weeks, I'm pretty sure it says. I'm pretty sure that summer holiday generally and always has been 6 weeks. Correct me if I'm wrong. But then again, Hogwarts is obviously different. So yeah, Harry thinks that Hermione's already at Ron's, and he's super jealous about it, which again is completely understandable. He actually threw away. Now this is really showing us. This shows how dark things are for Harry, because he actually threw away the Honeyduke's chocolates that I think Ron and Hermione had bought him, and so he's so resentful that he threw it away. Awful decision, guys. Not only because it's an awesome gift from your friends and everything, but also we're talking about Harry, who's living at the Dursleys right now. It's a horrendous thing to be throwing away good food, Yeah, he says that he regretted it when he was eating Petunia's wilted salad, which is a wonderful term. I've got down here, silly Harry. Yeah, I feel like my point with silly Harry written there is that this is the sort of thing where we didn't get it so much in the early books, but we really get Harry being irrational and doing something which is universally seen as being something that he shouldn't have done. It's the same. I keep brought it up a lot where with Cedric, where Harry's thought patterns about Cedric and Cho and everything were actually getting irrational, and I really appreciate that being on paper, because I've always thought that maybe what Harry is thinking isn't actually what's happening. Like, say, Snape looking at him and everything, like, well, maybe Snape was just looking around the ring. But I've always argued that could be the case, and very often you guys have been pushed back saying, no, Veggie, if he's sensing it, then it probably is actually just happening. But here it's another example of Harry doing something, and him obviously, I mean, even he knows that he shouldn't have done it. You know, so I really like these little moments of Harry's character, because again, that just ain't movie Harry is so different and so less interesting. Again, no offense to the actor, Daniel Radcliffe was excellent as Harry, but what happens later on in this chapter with Dudley is such a perfect example of the movie makers just not allowing Harry to be an interesting character. And I feel like they do get there. I feel like particularly in Deathly Hallows, I think all the characters, we do see that side of them, which is not exactly stellar. But it's so cool to have that in this, to see a side of Harry which is irrational. Yeah, even if it didn't have, you know, the wilted salad and him regretting it and everything, it's still cool to see Harry be doing something so irrational that we can kind of all think, you shouldn't have done that, Harry, you know. So yeah, he's feeling a lot of resentment. He thinks to himself, had they all forgotten what he had done? And so that's so interesting, and he's referring to the graveyard. And so he really is. This goes back to like him feel at the start of Prince of Azkaban, where he's like, you know, he's hating the fact that everyone's like, you know, protecting him and keeping him safe and everything. It's like, dude, I'm Harry Potter, you know what I've done before, you know. And so there is this ego side of him, which is, yeah, again, warranted, considering how much he's being coddled. I don't know if that's the right term right now, but he's like really being protected. There is a bit of, dude, guys, do we really have to do it this much? And so he is really, really resentful. So I really, really appreciate the line, had they forgotten what he had done? And I thought it was going to like list off the basilisk and, you know, all the other things and everything, but it doesn't. It's just specifically referring to the Cedric thing, which is something which he's thinking about a lot. He's been telling himself to not think about it, but he's then also been having nightmares about it, which is again completely understandable. I don't know what this is. Being writing. Oh, Black. Sirius Black has been writing to him as well. But it's like really basic. So it's just basically do what you're told. Stay there. Don't do this. And that's it. Which must be so frustrating to Harry. It really must be. Especially as he knows what Sirius Black is like as a person. He always hates Sirius Black treating him like a kid, basically, isn't it? And we get a wonderful bit later on where he really does compare himself to Sirius Black. But yeah, he hates this side of Sirius doting on him in this way, because you get the impression that he kind of wants to be more Sirius Black's friend rather than his child, you know, which is, you know, essentially what he is. Oh yeah, the person that protects over him. Harry thought his behaviour had been very good, considering how frustrating and angry he felt at being stuck in Privet Drive so long, reduced to hiding in flower beds in the hope of hearing something that might point to what Lord Voldemort was doing. I love that line. I love that line so much, because even then you're like, that is such a great line, because you know that Harry's thinking, yeah, I've been sticking to the rules, even though it's ridiculous I'm having to do it. And I love the way that sentence really like builds up. It's all like it's like, I'm alright, it's just unfair, and I feel like it's really unfair. I'm not happy about it. I'm really furious. You know, I really like that. I really love the way that line was ever building his frustration. Another quote here. It was quite galling to be told not to be rash by a man that had served 12 years at Azkaban, escaped, attempted to commit the murder he had been convicted of in the first place, then gone on the run with a stolen hippogriff. Again, it's so beautiful how that sentence builds and everything, and even for Harry to think that about Sirius, despite the fact he knows that he went to Azkaban, you know, for a crime he did not commit. And Yeah, I love it. I love the fact that even was serious. And also the stolen hippogriff bit. I mean, that's amazing. Harry's bringing that up in his mind, of course. He's not saying it out loud. But the fact that he's bringing the fact that Buckbeak, who was stolen by Harry, stolen's a stretch. I feel like freed is probably the better term. But yeah, I mean, that, again, he could have said a freed hippogriff, but he said he thinks stolen because that makes it even worse in his mind. I love it. I love what we're getting from Harry in this chapter, guys. He is off to a firing start when it comes to this, because yeah, I just love it. I absolutely love it. Those two quotes there are just such a brilliant summarization of Harry's complete frustration with the situation that he is currently in. So Harry gets to the park. He's able to find one swing that Dudley and his friends haven't smashed up, which isn't the case in the movie, guys. There are other fine swings in the movie. He's been having dreams about long, dark corridors with locked doors at the end of them, which I presume is something, you know, foreshadowing for what's going to be coming. I don't know. Have we had Harry predict stuff before? As in, because obviously he has. I think that of course we have. Every single thing he blooming said in Trelawney's class, But yeah, him dreaming of future events. Or maybe it's not even future events. It's just the place that he's dreaming of, isn't he? God. But yeah, very interesting that if that is the place which I'm thinking of, anyway. Harry's scar hurting, he doesn't tell anyone about anymore. He didn't before anyway, but whereas before everyone's like, oh my god, it means that something really big's going to happen. That's why Harry's not telling him. Now it's a lot more like, well, yeah, Voldemort's back. So it's like old news. I'm pretty sure that the term Harry actually uses is the fact that his scar hurts is old news now, which is really heartbreaking for him. He can't win, can he? Because obviously he didn't want to say it before, but now even when he does say it, he doesn't get anything back from it. you know. So yeah, but yeah, he used to hide the scar news and everything. And he thinks about how he's been reduced to squatting amongst dying begonias so that he could hear about water skiing budgerigars. Again, the sass in Harry is just wonderful here. He thinks has Dumbledore forgotten him, which is irrational. He knows that Dumbledore hasn't forgotten him, but it's I feel like because what he said to Molly was that he needs to go to the Dursleys first. So we obviously don't find out exactly how long that is going to be and everything. And obviously Harry was obviously figuring it's going to be a lot shorter than this. He thinks about writing. Oh yeah, that's right. He's even considered writing into the Prophet to say what's going on and everything, or what he experienced and everything, or correct them about certain things. Which is, I mean, that would be, you know, like a crazy thing for Harry to do. The thing is, they wouldn't be able to. I don't know, guys. They wouldn't listen to him. That's for sure. I'm pretty certain that would be the case. But I don't know if they would make anything of it, like make it into like some sort of spectacle of Harry Potter writes in lies, the Daily Prophet, or something like that. You know, I don't think they would, especially without Rita Skeeter there. But yeah, obviously Harry's getting, you know, to the edge if he's thinking about doing that. He sees a group of people approaching. It is Dudley's gang. We find out that he has taken up boxing, and so his physique is actually quite warped quite a bit compared to how he used to be. They've been bullying kids. It says how kids are even more scared of Dudley than they are of Harry, which is very interesting because of the school which Harry allegedly goes to, the one with the horrendous name and everything. Kids are scared of Harry, which is kind of crazy when you think about it. But yeah, like obviously the parents of these places like saying, well, you don't want to be hanging around with people that go to that sort of school, you know, which is brutal. Which is interesting. You'd think that the Dursleys would get people talking about them behind their back. But then you get the impression that in Private Drive, everyone's talking about it behind everyone's back in a way, so. Including Mrs. Number 7. So yes, kids are actually scared of Harry, which is very interesting. Harry is basically begging for them to come over. Like Dudley's group to come over. It says that he really wants them to come and have a go, which is so 90s. It's just so 90s, guys. He wants Dudley to lose face basically amongst his group, because he's not going to be able to do anything to Harry, and he knows it, and so he really wants to let off steam. Harry does. He really does, and you could argue maybe that's why Dudley's doing what he does, but that is a bit of a stretch. The thing is, we know that the way that his parents treat him is not great, guys. We've discussed it many times in the past, but maybe there is a frustration there, but that doesn't allow you to do what he's doing. And obviously Harry doesn't do anything here, or at least here, but we will discuss it, because what he does later on in this chapter, we will discuss. Harry also really hopes that the others would like attack him, because he really wants to use his wand on them, which would be, again, I mean, he'd get in trouble obviously, but well, actually it's very interesting, because we'll get to it, but in the next chapter it specifically says the Patronus curse is brought up in the legal letter, and so that means that other things would have been less of a crime, because it specifically says the Patronus. So yeah, that's very interesting. I mean, we will get to it anyway. But yeah, he really wants to use his wand on the other kids, who I think there's 3 of in the book, but there are 4 others in the movie. But they don't notice him. So you know, that whole thing that we have at the start of the movie just doesn't happen. so they just carry on, head towards Privet Drive, where Dudley parts ways with them. So yeah, Harry's fighting the urge to actually not go after them. But like I says, but if he does that, then he'll get expelled, which is very interesting, because it's not like because that's the wrong thing to do. It's because he doesn't want to get expelled. It's again the frustration in Harry, because rational Harry, who has Ron and Hermione writing letters and everything, and you know, got something to look forward to, like going back to Hogwarts, or like going over to his friends for summer and everything, I don't think would be thinking about starting a fight. It is this absolute feeling of isolation that Harry has that's actually made him think that he wants to do this, you know, and so that's why I mentioned the whole it's the wrong, because it's not because he thinks it's the wrong thing to do. I feel like that would have normally been his rationale. Here it's purely because he will get expelled, and that's it, you know. So when they do walk off, I think he actually says out loud, actually, to himself, he says, "There you go, Sirius. Nothing rash, kept my nose clean. The exact opposite of what you would have done." I love him. It's good stuff, guys. It really is. And it's so true. Like, Sirius. I don't think he is, actually. I was going to say Sirius must understand how frustrating it is for Harry. But I feel like that he cares so much for Harry that he does... He doesn't think about it on that level. I actually do, which is kind of crazy. Poor. I love that line. Harry's line in this chapter is just brilliant. So yes, Gordon, Piers, Malcolm, and Big D part ways. Piers we've definitely heard about before. He was the one who went to the zoo with the Dursleys. We've definitely heard of one of Gordon and Malcolm. I feel like it was Malcolm, but I'm not sure. I feel like one of them's name here. I could be wrong. So Harry, knowing how if Harry turns up at the house before Dudley, then he's like saying, "What are you doing here? Go away." If he arrives just after Dudley, then he's like, "Where the heck have you been?" And like apparently he was threatened to be put in the shed by Vern, which is insane. And so he basically has to walk back with Dudley, but he like immediately starts mocking him, like says like a big D and everything, and says like, do they not call you Ickle Didykins like Petunia does, which is amazing. And Popkins and Inky Diddledums. Petunia's a nightmare, she really is, guys. But yeah, those names are amazing. Harry is clearly trying to wind Dudley up here. And I got down bullying, guys. I want to move past that word because I know that it may seem like I'm saying something that I'm not. Harry is extremely frustrated, and he is taking his frustration out on Dudley here, knowing that Dudley can do nothing about it, which is essentially the definition of bullying, from what I gather. So that's the way that I see it. So it's completely understandable, especially considering Dudley is a terrible person as well. It's Mark Evans that had given him cheek, as it says here. But yeah, it's the sort of thing which we just would have never seen in the movie, because Harry has to be like the golden child, never does anything wrong sort of character. This is so much better. This is so much more real. It's so much better, guys. It's the whole thing. And Hermione did it as well, where the movie writers clearly thought, faults in people are their personality. If you don't have any faults, guys, you haven't got any personality. As Jace in Arcane says, there's beauty in imperfection, you know. And so I really enjoy this story of Harry, who is a real person, who has real thoughts and everything, going through these terrible things. If it's Harry who never thinks anything wrong, never does anything wrong, Draco only ever exists in his world when Draco is right there, not always playing on his mind like he does in the books, then I care a lot less about him, because I know that he's going to be fine. I know that he's going to save the day and everything. This Harry, it's so different. You're hearing the struggles that he's going through, and maybe that is implied in the movie scene. I certainly did not pick up on it at all. He's certainly not being sassy to Dudley. He's being sarcastic to Dudley in the movie, and not the sass that we're getting here. I've got it down here, guys, but I do feel like it's just weird how beating up kids as a kid is legal. I just don't understand it. I really don't. I never have, but you know, let's not get into that. It's beyond me how that's completely excusable. But as soon as you're 18, then it becomes a very serious crime. It's an alleyway in the movie, not like the tunnel that is in like it's in the movie. That's interesting, guys. The rain is not something that Dementors are associated with. So was the sudden thunderstorm? No, the sudden thunderstorm must have been the Dementors showing up in the movie, right? Because obviously that's not in the book at all, but the fact that it suddenly starts raining and it gets really grey and everything, and Dudley starts saying, "What are you doing?" and everything, and even the other four that are with him are like saying, "What's going on?" and everything. That has to be the fact that the Dementors are arriving, but Dementors don't bring rain with them. I mean, Azkaban's pretty damn rainy, isn't it? So maybe that's what they're going for. But obviously in Azkaban, the book, it was ice, wasn't it? And cold. See, I'm not exactly sure. It must be the fact that the Dementors have arrived. That's going on in the movie, right? Yeah. Very odd, very odd. And so in the movie they go running because of the rain. And then they're walking home in the tunnel, and then what happens. But here it's an alleyway. It's interesting. I wonder who else it would have affected. Because if it's an alleyway, you'd imagine there must have been houses very, very close to them. Were they not able to see anything for a short amount of time, maybe? Or maybe it has to be in the same... It has to be inside or outside, maybe? So if the Dement's outside, then you wouldn't get affected by it inside, maybe. I don't know. Very interesting. So as Harry's like goading Dudley over and over again, Dudley like says, "You think you're a big man carrying that thing, that thing, don't you?" He should have said, "You think you're hard," because that's such again a very 90s thing. You think you're hard, right? So, but yeah, yeah. So like Dudley brings up that thing, the wand, which is something which Petunia and Vernon, I think, they just cannot say the word wand, despite the fact they obviously know what it is. Harry says, "You're not as stupid as you look, though if you were, you wouldn't be able to walk and talk at the same time," which is amazing. Again, the sass. And very interestingly, I was listening to the Stephen Fry audiobook for this. And that is so reminiscent of a joke which always plays in my mind. On QI, which is a TV show that Stephen Fry hosts. Or hosted, yeah, he doesn't do it anymore. I watched it for the longest time. I don't even know it's still going, in fact. But it's very good, though. It stands for quite interesting. It used to be a bar in Oxford of it. Like, I guess the makers of the show opened a bar in Oxford. That did not last for very long. It was too small. It was too small, and no one really went there. It was a bit of a weird place, to be honest. But yeah. Anyway. But yes, on QI, Alan Davis says something. Who's like the regular panelist on it. I've seen Alan Davis look very, very confused outside Oxford train station before. But yes, Alan Davis says something, and he says to Stephen Fry, "I'm not as stupid as I look, you know." And Stephen Fry's response was, "Oh no, you couldn't be." It's just such a brilliant answer. That's such a brilliant answer. But yeah, so interesting that it's quite interesting that it's Stephen Fry reading that line out, because it did immediately make me think of that QI moment, which is great. God, I used to watch QI religiously, guys. Then I just stopped suddenly. But yeah, it's worth checking out, guys. It's a very interesting show. Like, it's all about, you know, facts that you may or may not know. You know. So talking about Harry's wand, Dudley talking about the wand. Harry actually gets the wand out. Yeah, you see, this is when he gets the wand out. And Dudley says that he isn't allowed. You're not allowed to use it, essentially. And Harry says, "How do you know they haven't changed the rules?" So this is, again, like, Harry is really enjoying is probably the wrong word, but he's really clearly letting out his frustration on Dudley here. And so it's, again, I'm not going to say it again because I've said it so many times, and this chapter is long enough as it is, guys. But you just wouldn't get that in movie Harry. You really wouldn't. Dudley is talking a lot more normal than I was expecting, guys, because obviously in the movie, by Deathly Hallows, he's like really strange. I don't know if that's maybe like a response to like the dementia or something, but he really is barely able to speak normally in the movie. Obviously in the deleted scene, I should say. So it's so cool to have Harry and Dudley. Have we ever had a scene which is just Harry and Dudley talking? Because obviously it's happened many times before, but I'm asking if we've actually had a scene where that's happened. I don't think we have. We probably have. I'm probably forgetting something really obvious. You know what I'm like. But yeah, I really appreciate this, and we get like how they speak to each other and everything, and it's not. I don't think it is all out hatred. I actually don't. It's very. I really liked this little bit. I really did. This little bit of dialogue between the two. It probably is all out hatred. I don't know. Actually, get a feeling for more what their relationship is like. Exactly. Yeah. It's their relationship here. It's really nice to actually get a taste of actually what they are like when they're alone together. Harry mocks Dudley's boxing trophy. Dudley says, "You're not this brave at night, are you?" And Harry's like, "What do you mean? I'm scared of pillows or something?" And Dudley brings up the nightmares that he's been having about and as soon as he says that, Harry is immediately like quiet and like funds over, and just telling him to sharpen it over and over again. So it's very interesting that I mean, Dudley has able to turn the table on Harry here, and saying how he's been saying don't kill Cedric and everything, and Dad help me, he's going to kill me, and stuff like that. And then again, Harry's just completely just like wants him to drop it and is done with playing around with Dudley. He just wants to stop talking about the moment that he's been trying to not think about. So yeah, I thought that was very cool. Harry's telling him to shut up. Movie version of Harry is so movie movie version of Harry is 100% innocent. And I know I've mentioned it so many times, so I'm not going to bring it up again, but he really is. Because all he did was say, oh, you're brave being up a kid when there's 5 of you. And that's it. And that's completely it. There's no more, whereas there's so much more going on here. And Dudley doesn't leave it, and so Harry like gets the one that actually points it at Dudley. And tells him to never mention it again. Dudley's telling him to point it somewhere else and everything, and Harry's like saying, no, you promise that you will never mention that again. And repeatedly, they keep on repeating it back at each other, and then suddenly it's cold, black, and silent. Which is so cool, guys. I'd be like, I mean, obviously you can't do that in the movie. You can't just have the black screen. That would be ridiculous. But this was so much more of a big, what the heck is going on moment. Well, I say that, Harry immediately works out what's going on. But yeah, well, kind of, because he's in disbelief because it doesn't make sense what's happening. Harry thinks that he actually did accidentally do a spell, in fact. And so does Dudley. But Harry does quickly realise they can't be, as in they can't be here. Not saying what they are. Dudley's panicking naturally, and Harry's telling him to shut up. After a while, I wasn't 100% sure at first, but Dudley does hit him, doesn't he? And so Harry is knocked to the ground, and I feel like he hears Dudley running off. Harry loses his wand. Harry telling him to come back and says that you're running right at it. Again, it's so. I mean, the thing is, I think if Draco was in this situation with Harry, he would have said that. So I don't want to make it too much of a big thing about it. But it is nice the fact that he is saying this to Dudley rather than just being completely out for himself, which obviously, you know, Harry would be like that. Even frustrated Harry, as we got right here. Oh, we're getting through it, guys. This chapter must end abruptly. Oh, it does. Okay, yeah, of course. I thought the Mrs. Fig stuff was all in this. We hear Dudley letting out a yell. And Harry thinks to himself, there's more than one. Again, it hasn't actually said what they are yet, which I thought was very, very cool. He tells Dudley to keep his mouth shut, which is so interesting because just now he was telling Dudley to shut up. Dudley, thinking that Harry has done this, hearing Harry say, keep your mouth shut, is not going to be literal. And so it's actually quite frustrating the fact that Harry saying keep your mouth shut, because Dudley's just going to be thinking, oh, he just doesn't want me to bring up the nightmare again. So yeah, like the worst thing he could say, keep your mouth shut, when he literally means close your mouth, which you'd imagine wouldn't work. It might work to a tiny extent, you know, maybe save you a couple of seconds, you know. But yeah, it's an unfortunate phrase that Harry is using there, keep your mouth shut. Harry uses Lumos without the wand in his hand, which is very interesting. I didn't know that was a thing, and so the wand on the ground lights up. I was thinking that he could do the summoning summoning spell, but I think that you actually need to know where something is for that to happen. So it's not like, you know, I fancy a sandwich, summon sandwich, and then the sandwich comes in through the window or anything. You need to know exactly where the item actually is, and so I presume that's why you couldn't just go summoning spell, grab the wand, and get going, you know. I gotta say, guys, apart from Lumos, I have to use the literal, like when I'm playing Hogwarts Legacy, people like say, well, use this spell, but they'll say the actual name of the spell. I can't learn all those, guys. I just can't. I've tried before and I just can't. So I always say, apart from Lumos, I say summoning spell, and the rest, and the rest. Yeah, I just have to. But yeah, Lumos can be done at a distance, guys. Who'd have thunk it? And there it is. The bloomin' Dementors arrived, guys. What a great intro for them, seriously. And I like the movie scene. It's I do like the movie scene, but it's so quiet. It's so quiet, and even the music's quiet and everything. It's all very, very bleak. It really is. Whereas this is like a lot more adventurous, you know. Whereas the start of this movie starts so freaking bleak, guys. Which you get is the point, because it's meant to be showing Harry in this isolated state. The weather's not helping. You know, seeing a kid playing with his mother and everything isn't helping as well, which is, well, it kind of is, because he does smile. I thought that was a nice addition. I thought that was a very nice addition, actually. But this is where it's at. I much prefer this book version. Harry straight away tries to use the Patronus, but he doesn't do it properly. I got down here, is there only one Dementor in the movie? I'm pretty certain it... No, it isn't. It is two, isn't it? It's definitely two. Of course it is, yes. Yeah, there are two Dementors in the movie. I wonder if Harry not being able to use the Patronus straight away that effectively is because the proximity of the Dementor being right there, maybe? Potentially? And also he's not particularly thinking, okay, I need to think of something nice. So he gets there in a bit. But yeah, I do speculate if it is the proximity of the Dementor that's causing the issue. He can't think of anything. Think of anything happy. He then starts to think of, like, I don't know if he actually hears it, but I think he does actually hear it, of "Bow to death, Harry. It may even be painless. I wouldn't know. I've never died," which is obviously a line from Voldemort in the last book. And he thinks about how he's not going to be able to see Hermione and Ron ever again. And that is the way that he is able to use the Patronus, which is actually really cool. It's like thinking about Ron and Hermione in a negative way, but thinking, oh yeah, Ron and Hermione. Patronus! You know? I thought that was really nice. I thought that was really nice. So when the Patronus, like, chases off one of the Dementors, Harry says, "This way," to the Patronus, which I really like. I don't know if he has to do that. I'm pretty certain that in the movie, he, like, whips his wand from behind him to in front to make the Patronus go forward. I don't even know if that's needed. I, in my head, think that it just basically does what what you're thinking, you know. You don't actually need to direct it. Whereas Harry here, and I don't know if he may just be doing it because he's panicking, but he, like, says "this way" to the Patronus. I thought it was really funny, which does make it feel like a bit more of a Pokemon, which I quite kind of like as well. I guess it kind of is a Pokemon in a way. But yeah, it probably doesn't need to say "this way" to the Patronus. I appreciate the fact that he said it. He runs to a grounded Dudley. He says "get it" to the Patronus again, which is where I make my note. It's like a Pokemon sort of thing, and the Patronus does, and things return to normal. I've got down here, no Mrs. Fig, because in my mind Mrs. Fig actually saved the day, but of course she couldn't. She can't, can she? And so that was actually a bit of a surprise when I was rewatching the movie again. The fact that of course Fig can't do anything. And yes, she doesn't save the day in the movie either. Dudley is still awake, but he is whimpering. We hear about Mrs. Fig, their batty old neighbour, which is a brutal way of describing her. But you know what? This is the thing. This is a pretense that we find out in the next chapter, that this is something which she has been putting on, which is fascinating. But at the same time, she's outrageous. I freaking love Book Fig, guys. She's freaking hilarious. She really is. But she says, don't put as in the wand, "Don't put away, idiot boy. What if there are more of them? Oh, I'm going to kill Mundungus Fletcher." Which, I mean, going on Max's summary at the start, well, I was like, wait, what? Where is this going? So I was not expecting that at all. But yeah, we do get a little bit in the movie of Fig being quite. She says, "I thought you were intelligent" to Harry, but not in a very. She's kind of like a McGonagall sort of character in the book, which is not what I expected at all. I thought she was going to be this little. I don't want to say use the word feeble, but this, like, you know, little character that she is in the movie. She's absolutely not, guys. She's a force to be reckoned with, quite frankly. And so that's the first chapter, guys. Extremely little recapping in it, which is so unusual, guys. But what a great start. What a great start to the book. Let's get over to chapter 2, A Peck of Owls, which I was so confused by the title. Shocked by beyond reason that not only does Mrs. Fig know what's going on, but she has been assigned to watch him, and essentially has been doing so his whole life as a squib. very interesting, guys. I've got some questions about squibs in my notes, but it's very interesting that that's basically been her role there. You'd imagine it's essentially her job, do you reckon? Or maybe that she just happened to live nearby? I think that latter is very unlikely, but we will discuss that, though. I find squibs so fascinating, I really do. She screams and hollers about Fletcher, who then appears. The more Harry finds out about what's going on, the more angry he gets. He's being completely left out of the loop. He takes Dudley back home and is instantly blamed for what happened. The shocks keep coming as is in the middle of another argument in which Harry wants to leave. A bunch of owls come dropping off letters, but also Aunt Petunia reveals she knows what Dementors are due to her sister and that strange boy talking about them. Inverted commas. The letter from the owl arrives. The letters from the owls arrive in the order of the Ministry telling Harry he's been expelled. Arthur Weasley telling him not to leave home. Another from the Ministry telling him that it's now pending the expulsion and a court date. And right before Vernon throws him out, Howler comes for Aunt Petunia that yells, "Remember my last Petunia," and tells Vernon that Harry must stay. Now that's so cool, guys. Again, thank you so much for the summary, Max, and thank you so much, Jones, for the side panels. I have no idea where that is going, so that's a really nice place to be, you know, really not knowing what to expect next. That completely threw me at the end there. So, first thing I like to do, guys, is look up what a group of owls is. Because I knew it wasn't a peck, because I would have heard that before. A parliament of owls is a group of owls, which I'm sure has come up many times in the book reviews. I'm sure it has. Apparently, Fig says that Mundungus left to see someone about a batch of cauldrons that fell off the back of a broom. Just so. I don't know if that's... I don't know if she's joking or being sarcastic there, but that is such a... Because obviously it fell off the back of a lorry. It's something which, you know, it's something which a lot of people who work in dodgy trades and everything, you know, if something falls off the back of a lorry, it essentially means it was stolen. And so, and also transporting cauldrons via broom seems like a bad idea. It really does. Considering we have teleportation, you know, in this world, teleporting them via broom seems like, unless it's just like a very unconfident wizard, I guess, maybe, but to have a batch of cauldrons on the back of a broom does feel a little bit like a bad idea. But again, it could just her be using that as a phrase. She says that she's gonna flay him alive. Again, this ain't your movie, Fig. Fig is on a warpath right here. She is definitely not messing around. We hear about Mr. Tibbles, her cat, who... I can't remember what it was that Mr. Tibbles did. But I think that it may have notified Fig to what was happening to Harry and Dudley. It's very interesting, guys, because we have only met two squibs, and they both have cats. Do you think that maybe in the Wizarding world, if you are a squib, you're essentially given a cat as a service animal to an extent, maybe? Because it can't just be a coincidence, guys. That the only two, I mean, I guess it could, but the only two squibs that we know both have cats, and those cats are used, you know, to help a squib in a magical world. So Fig is obviously unable to fight the Dementors. And so, and like she brings up Dumbledore, and Harry says, "Oh, you know Dumbledore," and she says, "Who doesn't know Dumbledore?" Which is so that's fascinating to me, guys. It really did get the impression that Dumbledore has his hand in like everyone's business, you know. It's very, very interesting the fact that she's like, who doesn't know Dumbledore? But then again, she's also in a very bad mood right now, so she's probably just snapping at anything that Harry says. Apparently, Fig is And so she tells Harry to keep his wand out and everything. He says, "Never mind this statute for secrecy now." So presumably, this sort of thing, when it gets to this sort of level, there are going to be auras coming in, or at least Ministry members to wipe people's memories, Muggles' memories. I should specify. So that, at this point, there's just no point in keeping your wand hidden. I don't remember who says this, but I'm guessing it's Fig says we may as well be hanged for a dragon as an egg, which is an amazing term, guys. I really like that. I don't know if there's any real world equivalent to that phrase, but what a great phrase that is, basically being punished as a chicken for an egg, as an egg. I thought that was really cool. And obviously that's regarding the absolute storm that's going to be coming because of what's just happened. Then again, if Fletcher was there, he would have been able to get rid of the Dementors. But there still would be this panic though. It's not purely because Mundungus, I should really call him, not Fletcher. Yeah, this S storm was coming regardless if Fletcher was there or not. Obviously, Harry using a spell and everything's not ideal, but things would be escalating anyway. Apparently, Dumbledore didn't want the full restriction when it came to students using magic, and so obviously, there is a full restriction. So Lumos would have got Harry in trouble to an extent, but not as bad because again, the letter specifically says the Patronus spell, and so there are obviously levels to it. But apparently, Dumbledore didn't want the full restriction, which kind of makes sense. It kind of makes sense. In dire situations, which are not necessarily going to be Dementors, like if you're being attacked by a Muggle, are you meant to completely not use magic and just let? No, it's difficult, isn't it? It's difficult. Fletcher was told by Dumbledore to keep cover. Purposely gave Harry a... sorry, Fig, sorry. I'm getting confused with my shorthand here, but yes, Fig has been told by Dumbledore to keep cover. She actually says that all the times that Harry's been over to hers, she had to make it a really bad time, which is amazing because she didn't want Harry to want to come to hers, which is an amazing situation. Poor Fig, quite frankly, it's quite an act she had to put on. And she didn't want the Dursleys to think that Harry was having a good time. That's more importantly. I've also got down here, it's probably best for Fig's safety as well. Because you know that now that everything is happening, Fig's probably going to be on one of the hit lists, She probably is, guys. I don't know. I mean, maybe squibs are seen as being so minor by the rest of the Wizarding world that maybe she wouldn't be, but she would at least be on the enemy list when it comes to the Death Eaters, right? That's the way I see it. I've got down here, Mundungus seems like a very poor person to leave in charge. Like insanely bad. Unless that was part of Dumbledore's wider plan. I mean, you know he's always 3 steps ahead, but it does seem like an insane choice. And then a Muggle who can't do anything if anything happens as well. And Mundungus then shows up. I'm pretty sure this is the first time that we've actually ever seen him, right? In the books, because I know that he's been mentioned about a lot. Maybe we've seen him in Diagon Alley. I don't think so, though. I'm pretty sure this is the first time we actually see him, and we get the usual description of what he looks like. He's been using an invisibility cloak, which I'm really confused by how rare invisibility cloaks are, guys. Because you get the impression that they're meant to be really rare, but we just had 2 revealed in as many chapters. With not as many chapters, but with Moody, with Barty Crouch Jr. and with Mundungus. That does confuse me a bit. I thought they were meant to be much rarer, You useful? Oh no, I mean, yeah. So Fig calls him a useless, skiving sneak thief, which is amazing. I mean, she calls him a lot of things. Quite frankly, she calls him a lot of things here. She starts using her handbag to like bat Mundungus, and apparently from the sound, it sounds like there's cat food inside it and everything. And so yeah, she's just like smacking him around. She says, "Yes, they have, and it had better be you who tells him why you weren't there to help." Which is amazing. Which you imagine probably wasn't. I don't know, guys. The thing is, I'm basing my opinion on Mundungus via the movies. That's no good. I should really stop doing that. But again, he's clearly not an ideal person to be doing the job because he's not doing the job. Anyway. But yeah, I love the idea of Fig hitting Mundungus with the handbag over and over and over again. I'm wondering if that was a bit too much of a stereotype, like a woman with a handbag and everything. Maybe that's why they made movie Fig a lot less angry. I mean, they didn't have to have Mundungus there, but her being like enraged and like hitting people with handbags and everything, maybe that was a bit of a stereotype where they thought, let's just make her a bit meeker and that's it, because that's really all we get, isn't it? Although presumably she's going to be showing up at the trial, maybe. That'll be interesting. That'll be very. I wonder if Mundungus will be. Probably not. We shall see though. Or maybe we won't. Dumbledore to Mundungus and Fig keep Harry from... They've been told to keep Harry from using magic, so obviously that's where Mundungus has really screwed up here. Fig said... Oh, is it Fig or is it Mundungus? I'm not sure, but one of them says it's no good crying over spilt potion. Which is amazing. And also, the cat is amongst the pixies now. Yeah, this is definitely Fig using these terms, which are amazing. I'm wondering, because she's a squib and she's been living in the Muggle world for so long, that she has taken these terms and twisted them. Maybe that's it. So maybe no one else in, like, any, capable... I don't know what the opposite from a squib is, but a capable wizard, I guess you could say, would never use terms like no good crying over spilt potion, because they're not in the Muggle worlds, and they won't be picking up on that term. Maybe not. It's very interesting that that is Fig that is coming up with all these amazing phrases. Harry asks that confirms that Dumbledore has been having him followed, and Fig says, "Good Lord, boy, they told me you were intelligent," which is in the movie. It is in the movie, but it's obviously delivered in a very different way. So it's nice that she had a bit of sass, but this is very sass Fig, and I'm enjoying this version of Fig, I must admit. She leaves Harry at the door, and Petunia answers and goes, "Did he?" And Dudley immediately throws up on the map, which is horrible. Because in the movie they've got like a waste paper bin underneath him, like this and everything. Whereas in the book he actually throws up immediately. Just amazing. You also because I almost got the impression that Dudley was, to use a very old term, being a bit wet with the whole thing, like making out that that's a lot worse than he actually is. But from the vomit, you presume no, Dudley is actually in a very, very bad state, which makes sense considering what was happening. So the next line literally made me go, "Whoa!" like that when I got to it, guys. Vernon says the sentence, "Did Mrs. Polkaz give you some of that something foreign for tea?" Just that if you want to sum up Vernon as a character, guys, I feel like that line is right there. It really is. We're learning all about him in that very, very short sentence there. They haven't even noticed Harry, and so like they are purely just completely doting on Dudley, which is the case in the movie until Dudley points at Harry, but yeah, in the book, you really get this thing of they are purely concerned for their son, which is natural, guys, and they're not noticing the other guy who's there because it doesn't matter. Yeah, it's very interesting that they don't even notice him, which Harry is absolutely fine with, of course. Yeah, it says which suited him perfectly. But then when Vernon does say, who did this to you? Dudley then does point and says him. And it says that he used his thing, which again is the term that all use for the wand. An owl arrives straight away. It's not a howler, which completely threw me. I'm not even sure if the one that was... I guess it was technically a howler, wasn't it? But it wasn't howling, though. Maybe it's because it was answered quickly. So yeah, the letter specifically says that the Patronus charm was used at this time. Not the Lumos one. The shock that Vernon got, or maybe he didn't. I'm a little bit confused by that, guys. Maybe that didn't happen, and maybe it's just him reacting to the fact that everyone's looking out their windows. Maybe that's what was happening there. So clearly severity matters when it comes to spells, and maybe the Lumos wouldn't have got him expelled. He probably would have got an angry letter, but not expulsion though. And it's not even mentioned. It didn't say you did these spells. It just mentions the Patronus one. So it's obviously a big one. That's interesting, actually. Because what can Patronuses be used for outside of fighting Dementors? As in from a violent way. Have we ever had a Patronus attack a wizard or anything? No, certainly not in the books. But maybe in the movies. I don't think so. That's very interesting. So, because in a sense that makes it less of an issue. Well, no, it's not, because it's such a loud, big, bright spell that a lot of people are going to see it. So that's the problem with it, isn't it? So not so much how dangerous that spell can be. Yeah, that's actually a good point. Also, having the restriction just probably teaches students restraint. So it's probably a good idea that there is restriction, but obviously. If you need Lumos, you need Lumos, guys, apart from Harry, who's using it to do homework, was it, in the movie? I can't remember. On Chamber, wasn't it? That was the first thing that we see in Chamber. It's him doing his homework, isn't it? Or he's reading a book, I think. Everity of the breach of the decree for the reasonable restriction of underage sorcery. So that's exactly what it is that Harry has done there. And he's expelled. And it's kind of crazy because obviously that happens in the movie as well. But even now I was thinking, well, surely does the Ministry have the power to... Sure, the Ministry have the power to make that happen. But to have it happen before the school's even being contacted, that feels outrageous. And so I think that's why Dumbledore then shows up and does whatever he did. Ministry members will be along shortly to destroy Harry's wand, which is definitely a movie exclusive. That's actually a really scary detail. I don't know. Maybe in the movie it mentions the destruction of the wand, but it doesn't say it's going to be happening soon. I think it may say that it'll happen at the hearing or something. But yeah, that's such a part of Harry being erased, and so that's actually very stressful to think that this could potentially be it for Harry. And obviously it's the start of the book, but still, you get that feeling of the fact that he mentioned the one getting destroyed. That is actually a piece of him that cannot be replaced, and so that's a scary line right there. Even more than the expulsion, it really is. Got to hear about the school having to be involved in that decision, but again, it's just a reaction, isn't it? There will be a hearing, which is actually a good thing in Harry's case, obviously, because he's going to be able to have people back him up and everything. And we hear that the letter is from Imelda Hopkirk, sorry, of the improper use of magic department. I gotta hear, is it completely legal for adults to use magic in front of Muggles? I think you get in trouble to an extent, but not seriously though, right? Because obviously we had, well, I mean, all the ones at the Quidditch World Cup, but specifically the Death Eaters at the World Cup. Did they get in trouble? Did the masks stop them from being identified? Surely not. Maybe. But yeah, I would like to know how bad it is for wizard folk to use. I mean, they do it all the time in the movies. Well, to an extent. I'm thinking of Vernon and Petunia, but they don't really count, do they? Because they know about the Wizarding World. But I'm sure that a lot of Muggles have magic done in front of them and done to them and everything. Obviously, wiping memories and everything. I'd like to know the severity of how legal and illegal that is, because you think it's still pretty bad. I would assume. So we got Harry's dialogue here. He was expelled from Hogwarts. It was all over. He was never going back. Oh, jeez, that is such a good line. And in the movie, we get like a little bit of like Harry like kicking a cabinet or something, like kicking the wall. I think it is, because it makes the photo of his parents fall off, doesn't it? I think, and partly break as well. I think, but the rage. That's not what Harry's feeling. Harry's not feeling rage here at all. He's just feeling numb with the horrendous news of what's just happened to him. And so that's why I really like that line. That sums up so well. He was expelled from Hogwarts. It was all over. He was never going back. Brutal. Harry decides to run for it, thinking on the wand. Again, the wand is the thing which he's thinking about the most, I feel. And I don't blame him. It must be such a scary thought that these people are going to be coming to destroy part of your life. Vernon blocks him from leaving and says, if you don't get... Oh no, and Harry says, if you don't get out of the way, I'm going to jinx you, which at this point, what's he got to lose, which is actually really bad, it's actually really bad. It's true, actually, because you'd think that the Ministry members would have to arrive immediately, just in case if like a wizard goes nuts, because you'd imagine most of them will be like trying to stop them from taking their wand, from destroying their wand. And so yeah, Harry ain't got nothing else to lose. He tells Vernon what the letter said, and Vernon says that madhouse has chucked. Oh no, what chucked me out? That madhouse has chucked me out. Oh, that's right. It's Vernon talking about Hogwarts as a madhouse, and Harry says that madhouse has chucked me out. And says to get out of his way, or he'll jinx him, and goes 3, 2, and another owl arrives, guys. Vernon goes, "Oh!" Which I think he said in the first one as well, something similar to it. It's not. I'm not sure if it is Errol, because it doesn't specifically say that it's Errol, but it does have a rough landing, so I think it probably is Errol. Maybe, I'm not sure. I'm pretty certain it doesn't specify it being Errol, though, which... Earl, sorry. No, Errol, yeah, which you'd think it would do. It's from Arthur, saying to not leave the house, to not do any magic, and do not surrender your wand. Which is asking a lot of Harry, as in he has to stay there, but also essentially duel whoever turns up, right? That's essentially what Arthur's suggesting, unless there is a whole thing of if you don't surrender it, then you come to the Ministry, but I don't even know that would be a good thing. I'm not sure. I think it's Harry thinking to himself says how powerful is Dumbledore over the Ministry. I think it's not so much over the Ministry, but I think it's more over Harry's protection is properly Dumbledore's thing. And so if he goes into the Ministry, he can't change legal laws or anything like that. Obviously, he couldn't with the restriction on spells and everything, which you'd imagine Patronus would still be over the line, because it just wouldn't be needed, would it? Usually. But because he is Hogwarts headmaster and Harry is his responsibility, he really is able to push his weight around and get things changed, which he does pretty damn sharpish. Presumably it's him. It must be him. So yeah, Harry thinks he's going to have to duel the whoever the ministry representations, which I want to say auras, guys, but I don't think that is the correct term for all of them. And so, and there he thinks that he'd be lucky to avoid Azkaban if he does something like that, which is quite frankly most definitely true, you know. Even if it's just like a J-Legs jinx or something, it's still going to be seen as a very bad thing. Resisting arrest, essentially, isn't it? So I was saying about it in the first chapter, guys, but I really like how Harry just isn't even bothering to try and explain what's going on. Like, he's answering questions and giving the very, very basic answer and everything, but he could explain what happened with the Dementors and everything, and he just doesn't see any point in it. He really doesn't, especially with, you know, with the very bad news that he's just received. But on top of that, you know, in the first chapter, there's just no point of explaining things in detail to the Dursleys, because he knows exactly how they're going to react, and not believe him as well. So I really like the fact that he's not explaining it. Harry does, upon being asked, does say that the second letter was from the Ministry, and Vernon instantly says, the Ministry of Magic. It makes sense that he knows of the Ministry of Magic. I don't know if he would have been there per se. I think that he probably could go there. I think that when you're a guardian of someone who's at Hogwarts, you need to be able to access these things. I mean, I feel like they should be able to access Hogwarts. I know that that's something that we've discussed before as well, about how that might actually happen. But yeah, it makes sense that that Vernon would have at least had dealings with the Ministry of Magic before, definitely. He says, well, there's people like you in government, which comes out of nowhere. It's like no real connection to what Harry just said or anything. He says, people like you in government, no wonder this country's going to the dogs. Or maybe... Well, no, the thing is, Harry does say it was from the Ministry. Now, that could be Vernon guessing the name correctly of Ministry of Magic, but I don't think it is, though. So I don't know why he's saying people like you in government. It makes no sense. Like, obviously he means wizard folk, but he must know that the Ministry exists, right? Because he got the name right. Yeah, I feel like so, don't I? There is no justice moments, you know, which is, you know, which is a very memorable moment from the movies. In fact, I think it's a bit of a meme, in fact, as well. But it makes a lot more sense that Vernon is furious here. There's no vitriol, there's no happiness about Harry getting expelled in the slightest. Later on, he is trying to get answers from Harry and starts accusing him, like saying, yep, that's right, and all this sort of stuff. But he isn't enjoying it like in the way that he does in the movie, which makes sense, guys. Dudley's in a very bad state, you know, and so it makes sense that Harry isn't the focus for him right now. Although he doesn't want Harry to leave because he wants answers of what actually happened. But yeah, he's certainly more angry in the book than he is in the movie. Dudley says that he pointed his wand at me, which, to be fair, he did. Dudley then says that he heard things in his head, and it says it's their least favourite thing in the world was magic, closely followed by neighbours that cheated as much as they did at hosepipe ban. There's the callback. People who heard voices was definitely in the bottom 10, which again is just so on brand for Vernon and I guess Petunia as well. But it really is. No, definitely Petunia as well. But yeah, I love the fact that it says that they cheated as much as they do the hosepipe ban. That is beautiful. I love that little callback to the first chapter, guys. It's like one chapter than the other, but great callback. I got in here, Vernon really is very well cast. I do forget sometimes that that Dudley and Vernon are actually blonde, because obviously of the casting. But the guy who played Vernon, so good, such a great actor. And Dudley, he was excellent as well. Dudley says, "I felt as if." And then Harry fills in the blank and says, "You would never feel happy again," which is a really terrifying description of what it was. even Harry is asked to explain why he means, and Harry says it was Dementors, and Vernon asks what the ruddy hell they are. And straight away, now this is interesting, guys, because obviously when I'm doing these, I need to pause it to make my notes and everything like that. So I was listening to the audiobook and it says, they guard the wizard prison Azkaban, and just as I was going to pause, it said Petunia. I was like, wait, what? Okay, so that completely baffled me. So that was absolutely fascinating. It's so cool. I love the stuff with Petunia here, guys, because movie Petunia is essentially the female Vernon, right? And there's nothing else really more to her than that. But this, like, I was fascinated to continue listening at this point. She clearly said it by accident and says that she heard it from that awful boy telling her about it years ago. Obviously talking about Lily and James. I got on here. Is that true? I think it probably is true. And it was like you can say their names and everything, but no, she refers to her sister as her. Jeez. So because of this, my mind started to go in squib direction, guys. And I don't think that Petunia is a squib, but it does that does raise. I know that some of you would say that she can't be a squib, but it does raise a lot of questions about squibs, though, and living in the Wizarding world and everything, and having this knowledge. So I got on here. Do you think any squib would leave the Wizarding world and completely forget about it and just live amongst the Muggles, believing thinking that they're a Muggle, and that's it? You'd imagine that must happen. It's probably very rare. It's probably very rare, but you'd imagine that there must be some squibs feeling like, I can never be fully accepted in this community, because even Ron's laughing at squibs, guys. And maybe it's because it is Filch and everything, but still. And also, that was a few books back as well. But you'd imagine that some squibs would just want to cut ties with the group where they can never live up to. And obviously, using magic is a huge part of the Wizarding world. You remember Diagon Alley, like the brick wall and everything opening a knot. Can the squib walk through there? I presume they can. Yeah. I mean, Muggles can obviously walk through it, but maybe they had to have a wizard with them, as in the Grangers. But yeah, I just wonder about if any squib would just think, I'm now a Muggle. There we go, and just live out their life like that. Maybe. So Vernon says, asks questions about the Dementi Watsits. It's amazing. Another owl blooming comes. I say blooming. Another owl comes through, and Vernon says, "Enough, effing owls!" It's amazing. He says effing, guys. That is the closest we've had to a swear word. Because obviously we've had. You could say fudging, which would be ironic. But we've had it before where somebody. I feel like Ron said something to someone, and it basically said. Ron said something that would get him in a lot of trouble if there are any professors around, or something like that, So it didn't actually have the swearing, but that's amazing that we get enough effing owls. That does make me happy. The Ministry has revised the decision on destroying the wand. It will be discussed at the hearing now, and that he's also not expelled yet. He's been suspended. Yes, Harry can keep it until the hearing, which makes a lot of sense. But again, if Harry really wanted to avoid losing his wand, he could go on the run now. Obviously, he can't because of his situation. But another wizard in that situation, you'd imagine there would be some people who would just not turn up to the hearing and just go on the run. You'd imagine there must be. But I feel like Dumbledore probably did say, well, he can't leave the house. Well, maybe he did. Maybe he didn't say that because I don't know how secret that is, for whatever reason it is. And that being the reason why he would have to. He's okay to have his wand. Maybe. So yes, the expulsion has also been put on hold, which obviously in the movie that is not the case. Harry is just left thinking that that's it, isn't he? I'm pretty certain that is the case. So this obviously being very good news, Harry reads the letter like 3 times, just like, you know, not even to confirm it, but well, maybe to confirm, but also the fact that it's the first bit of good news that he's had, and it's kind of good news. It's kind of like, you know, double negative news, I guess you could say. You know, he's countering the other bad news. I'm exactly like this when I get good news, or if I get a lovely comment, I will read it several times. It just really cheers me up and brightens up my day, guys. Because seriously, I really appreciate, like, you guys as a community. I really do. Yeah, I ain't got. You know, I'm a very shy person. I've said this many times before, guys, and so I don't have that many people to talk to. You know, and so getting nice comments is an absolute treat to me. It really is, and I do admittedly read them several times just to let them plant in. You know. So I appreciate that. Vernon says, have they sentenced you to anything? Do you not have the death penalty? Which, again, is such a Vernon thing. And I don't know if a reply to that, but Harry is basically like, is that all? And just, like, it's like wanting to leave now. Again, he is still not fully explaining what he's not explaining the fact that he saved Dudley. He doesn't say that at any point. I don't think he does in the movie either, but at no point does he say, I just saved your son's life. Because he knows what the response is going to be, and so there's just no point. You know, it's fascinating, it really is. Such a great character point, I mean. But he is finally forced to say it by Vernon to explain what happened. It says that Dudley thought he would be smart with me. I pulled out my wand, but I didn't use it. Like, which is not true. Which is... Harry got the wand out because Dudley says, I think you're a tough man because you have that thing. That's not being smart with him. And so Harry is lying here to an extent, guys. He definitely is. He definitely got the wand out to wind Dudley up, not as a retaliation. But so even when he's explaining what happened, he does lie a little bit. It's just a little white lie. And Vernon then asks, "What are dementoids? Yes, dementoids." And Harry says that they make you feel like Dudley is, and if they get the chance, then they will kiss you. Now, knowing what Vernon's like, he could have explained that a bit better. You can see, because obviously he's got to have no idea what kissing means. He's got to have one pretty good guess what kissing means, though. So yeah, he really could have explained that one more directly or reworded it significantly. So I do like the fact that he just leaves. I feel like in a weird way he actually enjoys Vernon being ignorant, and you're confusing him and everything, because he must have known that when he said that, that's going to confuse Vernon even more, which is always a glorious thing. Well, I went for a quick break, and now Woozle's here, and she's laying on my scarf, so I'm going to have to go this part scarfless. Petunia is shaking Dudley around. It says, she's doing it as if trying to see if she could hear his soul rattle around inside of him. Because I should say, Harry does actually explain after fashion that's exactly what the kiss is. It doesn't just leave it at that, which would have been amazing if he had. God. But so yeah, Petunia's like shaking around as if to try and hear the soul rattling about, which is a brilliant bit. Vernon thinks that Dudley fought the Dementors off, and he says, did he give him the old 1-2, which is such a stupid term, and even Harry says, you can't give Dementors the old 1-2. Brilliant. Harry's brilliant in these first 2 chapters, guys. It's such a realistic character, you know. Outcomes from the fireplace. Vernon exclaims again. Wanting it to be Dudley's explanation, Harry is actually disappointed. Oh yeah, okay, sorry. So what he wants the letter to finally be Dumbledore explaining to Harry what the heck is going on, but it's still not. It's kind of a shame that he doesn't send him a letter, really, isn't it? But, you know, he's got enough other ones to be reading at this point. So he's actually a bit disappointed that it is from Sirius. And I feel like it's not just because it's from Sirius, but it's also because he knows exactly what it's going to be saying. And it's going to be treating him like a little kid again, you know, which is what he hates. Arthur has so the letter says, Arthur has told me what happened. Do not leave the house again. Which is like really, it's really putting over this moment, guys. You know what? In the movie, it's like, oh, that was strange. Dementors near Privet Drive. That's very odd. Whereas here, it is like this big screw up that's happened, and everyone's. You just imagine everyone just barking at each other at the ministry. We don't know about Percy. Waiting for the first Percy mention in this book. But yeah, you really get the feeling that there is panic going on with all these letters coming through and everything, and Sirius like one keeping it so short and everything. It's interesting that he refers to him as Arthur, but obviously they would have known each other because they were part of the Order before. I think that they were called the Order, aren't they? I always get a little bit confused by that. But yes, so they would have known each other. How well, I don't know. You'd imagine not particularly well. No, because they're different age and everything. Harry, again, being treated like a kid and everything, he actually kind of wants praise for fighting off 2 Dementors. You know, he really does. He's actually quite, particularly from Sirius, he's really not liking being talked to in this protective way. He wants to be celebrated for defeating the 2 Dementors, you know. Lupin would be delighted. Good old Lupin. He shouldn't be too far away, should he? We'll see, we'll see. So yeah, with the owls coming in, Vernon says, a pack of owls. I love the fact that that's the title of this chapter. I feel like more chapters should be just throwaway lines like that. Like I say, Deadly Demented, it definitely piques your interest, but this one, I love the fact that it's called that, you know. I mean, you know, certainly like the first task and all that sort of thing. Obviously, they're going to be called that. But I love the fact that it's referring to a slight word mistake that a character made. I think that's brilliant. And then refers to Dementors as Demenders. See, it could have been called Demenders. I wonder actually if people in the Wizarding world refer to people that have been kissed as demented. No, they wouldn't. No, I think I'm thinking way too much about that first title. I really am. And Vernon says that you must be the only one. Must be the only you know what for Miles. I don't know how true that is, but then again, I always feel like I'm a little bit confused by how many wizards are Muggle-born, because they're not far from London, so you'd think there must be plenty, because London's a big old city, guys. But for Miles, yeah, that's obviously that can be like many miles or 5. So yeah, we're getting there, guys. We're getting through our notes. Harry speculates that the Dementors have joined Voldemort. Yeah, absolutely. And Voldemort calls them Demembers. I'm sorry, guys. I need to mention all these incorrect names that he calls them because I think they're all hilarious. And Dundee and Vernon's now on board. He's not on board, but he's accepting everything that Harry is saying, purely based on the fact that Petunia confirmed part of it with the Dementor. So he has actually he's not completely disbelieving everything that Harry says, which is the usual go-to for Vernon. Which again, it's really nice seeing this interaction between this family, because it is a family, guys. Harry is a part of their family, unfortunately. It's actually really nice that we're having this serious talk, you know, without Vernon saying justice or anything like that. You know, I feel like it's so much more interesting like this. So yeah, Harry says that it could be Voldemort, and Vernon and Petunia don't bat an eyelid, and they absolutely know who he's talking about, which is actually quite terrifying. It makes sense that they would know. it makes sense that we would know. I would like to know more about Petunia, what she really does feel inside, because you feel like there is something bigger that she's feeling towards her sister. You would hope. I think there might be, and I think that this whole, well, let's get to it because we have a bit of Petunia coming up. Yes, Vernon says he's gone. That giant bloke said so, which is an amazing term, which I presume is Hagrid. I don't know they'd actually blubber met, to be honest. Oh no, of course they had when he I don't think that that's interesting. They're talking about Hagrid, right? Because obviously Hagrid was the one who knocked the door down and, like, you know, came and got Harry. I don't think that... I mean, Hagrid certainly wouldn't have said Voldemort at that point. But he definitely wouldn't have done. And Harry wouldn't have known who Voldemort was. And so it wouldn't have been in that scene that the giant bloke said that Voldemort was gone. Right? It can't be. If I'm getting it wrong, guys, I'm sorry. But I feel like it can't be. And so that would suggest that Vernon knew him before. Which means that they shouldn't be that scared of him. Well, they should have been scared of him, but, you know, they would have recognised him from the time that he'd said before. Unless they're talking about Dumbledore, because I know that Dumbledore's meant to be very tall. Yeah, I'm a little bit... I'm intrigued by the fact that Vernon refers to what I think is Hagrid as that giant bloke. Vernon's like bringing up the fact that Lily and James were killed by Voldemort, and without any attempt to soften it, despite the fact that Harry is in the room, you know, which is, again, you get the thing that he's not doing it on purpose, but that's just how he sees Harry, and so he's not going to concern himself. He's not thinking, and I'm going to say this to get him. He's just not concerned about Harry. Brutal. Petunia is looking at Harry in a way that she never had before. For the first time, Harry fully appreciated that Petunia was his mother's sister. I love that moment, guys, and it gives Petunia so much more. So earlier on I was saying that she's kind of like the female Vernon. That's obviously not true. They also had their own traits and everything. But this adds so much more to her character, and I wonder, I'm pretty sure that the scene in the deleted scene between Petunia and Harry from Deathly Hallows is not in the book. I'm pretty sure that you guys can confirm that for me. I'm wondering if this moment is the reason why they put that in. But then again, I don't know what the full extent of what's going on with Petunia is, which is what's so fascinating about this. And so, but I loved that line. I thought that was so cool, and quite frankly, Harry seeing Petunia in a different way for the first time as well. Yeah, it's amazing. Petunia's eyes are wide and fearful. Vernon wants Harry out of the house, which you can kind of... You can't. But yeah, it's very bad. But you know, he's worried about his family. You know, he says that he doesn't want people coming around hurting his family. Vernon lists off all the times that magic has screwed them over, which is brilliant, guys. Including the magic car and everything, which is great. Yeah, Vernon doesn't want his family in danger. He doesn't want to know what happened. He doesn't know what is happening with... Oh, actually, that's true. So Vernon saying that he wants Harry out of the house and everything would suggest that Vernon, unless it's just because he's enraged, doesn't know whatever it is, because I still don't know, whatever it is that's going... And presumably that's going to be explained fairly soon, maybe. Doesn't know what's going on with the house. Maybe. Vernon said they should that they should have squashed the magic out. No, that's... He says about how his sister suggested putting Harry in an orphanage, and Vernon says that they tried to squash the magic out of him and turn him normal. which they literally didn't. I mean, they weren't trying to treat him normal at all, obviously, but well, turn him normal is a bit different. But yeah, it's interesting. The extent that they locked Harry away, was that out of fear of what he could do, or what he could become, as in being able to use magic and everything, or was it a more sadistic, sadist reason? I'm finding these chapters so interesting for Petunia and this chapter particularly with Vernon and Petunia, but also the last chapter with Dudley and Harry. It's fascinating stuff, guys. It really is. So good. Another owl comes in and Vernon just goes, "Oh!" It's ridiculous. If this scene is in the movie, in the TV show, guys, it's going to be so bizarre to have people go, "Owls," and effing owls. That will probably be missing, to be honest. The epic owls. It's a letter to Petunia. It drops on their head. And here is where the howler is, which is very interesting, guys. The others have not been owls at this point. I got down here. It must be very dangerous sending a muggle a howler. It must be, because I don't know if it states if Petunia knows what a howler is. You'd presume not, but sending a muggle a howler could be absolutely terrifying. Maybe the Wizarding World just don't appreciate that, maybe? Yeah, they just haven't thought about the fact that this is something that's going to be completely alien to them. Maybe they think it's close enough to phone calls. I don't know, probably not. And the howler says, remember my last Petunia. Now, it's so cool, guys, because I do not know what the heck that means. What a wonderful place it is for me to be like that in this part of the book club, guys. Because obviously we started doing Hunger Games reactions on the channel now, guys. And I know a couple of things. I know some things have been explained to me about the book that are not in the movie, and so I always try to avoid those sort of comments. But there are certain things that I do know about Harry Potter books, obviously, like the deleted scene from Deathly Hallows not being in the books. I'm pretty sure you confirmed that. But I have no idea what this could mean and who it's from. It's absolutely baffling. I presume maybe Dumbledore. I don't know. That if I was forced to guess, I would say Dumbledore. But I have no clue. I really don't. It's such a wild way of ending this chapter. All the letters so fast, it kind of makes the scene... Yeah, so this chapter almost felt funny. Despite the fact that it's so serious. It's very serious. It's very, very serious what's going on. But even in the movie, with the howler showing up like to tell Harry that he's expelled, it did have that whole... sort of music, you know, slightly comical, magical music, you know. So with the chaos of all the owls coming in, everyone's kind of just forgot. Oh no, Petunia's not forgotten about Dudley, but it's taken this very, very serious moment of Harry getting expelled and having it be really chaotic, and I love it. I thought this was such a good start to the book. And Petunia says the boy will have to stay. And looks and is not looking at Harry. He won't look him in the eye anymore, which is interesting. If we throw him out, the neighbours will talk, which is obviously her thinking on her feet. I presume. I doubt the howler's from a neighbour. You know, it'd be amazing if it was. The one who's using sprinkler at 3 a.m. Virginia tells Harry to stay in his room and that he's not to leave the house, which really. Oh god, that gives me chills thinking about it, guys. We've had Arthur say don't leave the house. We've had Sirius that say don't leave the house. For any character, for Petunia to then repeat that is powerful, guys. I honestly got chills. I haven't got my scarf to warm myself up. But yeah, that was such a powerful... The fact that Petunia's saying it is so weird. You know? It feels wrong, but it makes whatever's going on feel very serious, though. I'm absolutely intrigued, guys. A part of my brain did think, is she a squib? But I don't think that would make sense. But I don't think she is. I don't think she is. I feel like she has been trusted something which Vernon has not. Which, quite frankly, the way that Vernon goes off the handle was definitely the right choice out of the two. Not that either of them's a stellar choice. Guys, what a start to this book. Absolutely loved it. Now let's go and have a look at what scene you wanted from Goblet of Fire. I'm sorry that I'm having to do in this order, guys, but I want to give you guys as much time to vote on the poll as possible. And then we'll get over into the book club, guys. Good stuff, but this was such a good start to the book. I'm really looking forward to this book. It's been so good so far. Okay, guys, so like I say, before we get over to the book club, we have the very exciting, what scene would you have wanted to be in the Goblet of Fire movie the most? Obviously, there was a lot of options. Because of that, I had to double some up, so some of them won't really make that much sense, but I really had to, like I put Snape's revealing of the Dark Mark and Sirius's revealing of being the dog as being one option, guys. I know it's a bit weird, but I had to do it because there were so many. Weirdly enough, nobody suggested Ludo Bagman at all, and so I had to put them in separately because this is based on your suggestions, guys. And so thank you so much for suggesting them and for voting. I know it was short notice, so I appreciate that, guys. And we have a winner, guys. Over the last couple of days, it has been neck and neck with two, but I'll go through the top three, which I think means that we start off with Sirius and Dumbledore in the office of Harry. Incantum explained Voldemort and Harry's wand. Now, this is something which I didn't think would do that well, but in the comments in the last book club, loads of you guys were saying that you really wanted an explanation of what actually happened in the graveyard, and so I think that is why it came through. Also, the Sirius and Dumbledore stuff with Harry is absolutely brilliant as well. I mentioned it last time with Sirius with his head in his hands and stuff like that. So that came third. The one which was absolutely level pegging it with the winner, guys, Winky and Dobby. Now, this is another one which might seem a bit strange to put together, and I was going to put Winky in with the Crouch entire story arc. I feel like that may have made it a bit overpowered, and also it would have just been cool to have Winky in the movie anyway, even without all the conspiracy and everything. Maybe just going around with Barty Crouch or something like that. That would have been cool. But so I put Winky and Dobby together, and also Dobby doesn't really have that much to do. I mean, obviously he helps Harry with the second task and everything, but that's really kind of it. Apart from his own story arc, of course. So that's why I put them together. But, and I mean, going on the last book club, guys, I'm not surprised this one. It's not something which I would have voted for, but it's absolutely, you guys were telling me that you really wanted it. Harry giving the winnings to Fred and George, the train ride home. Absolutely awesome, guys. I'm guessing, I mean, like I say, I wouldn't have personally voted for it. It's an amazing moment. I loved it. And it's such a great end of the book, you know, and it ties everything up perfectly. But I get the feeling that because I haven't read the future books yet, that's why I don't see it as being something which I would have voted for. So I presume that that's why, so maybe we'll be finding out in the coming weeks. But I'm not surprised though, guys. Like I say, going on the comments in the book club, I'm really not surprised that it won. Here are the other entrants and the other results. There were no options which got none at all, which is excellent. In fact, I think the lowest is actually Maxime and Hagrid's story arc, which I get, guys. I mean, it's one of the bits in the movie when watching back where I think, wow, they really dropped that. They really dropped that, and so it kind of annoys me. The movie version. So I'm surprised it came bottom, but even that got 14 votes, guys. And so thank you all so much for voting on the poll. Let's get over to the book club. We need to go past a gif of me doing that. And now we get to the book club, guys. Obviously, we need to go down to the bottom. Thank you all so much for putting your comments in short notice, guys. It is February, so when recording this, so it is a shorter month. So I appreciate you getting your comments in good time. Okay, there we go. There's the previous one with Woozle. Okay, and so here we go, guys. And so thank you all so much for taking part. Like I say, this is 3 weeks, and so this is short notice compared to other months. But because I've been getting so behind in Goblet of Fire, I really wanted to get this out before March. Unfortunately, I couldn't. It should be going on March 1st, hopefully, if the exporting goes all right. But because of life struggles, I wasn't able to do that, so I'm so sorry about that. I endeavour to get back to that routine next time. So we're starting off today with Catherine. Hi, Veggie and Woozle. You have now arrived at the longest book. I must say, this will be interesting to me for me too, as I have never watched this book's film adaptation, nor have I read it since it first was published. Very interesting. Do you remember not liking Umbridge at all? I do remember not liking Umbridge at all, sorry. So thanks for doing these reviews. Thank you so much for your comment, Catherine. I'm intrigued. I mean, that's fascinating, the fact that you haven't watched the movie and everything. I'm guessing you didn't watch any of the rest of the movies, maybe? Or maybe not. I mean, Umbridge in the movie is fantastic. I'm wondering if she's going to be very different. We will find out, I guess, very soon, incredibly. But my goodness, she is hateable. She is hateable in the movies. Karen, thank you so much for kicking off. Digo, a deep off, Veggie. I don't always write it, since it goes without saying to me, but I really love your coverage of the series. It's so in-depth and so fascinating, and I really enjoy all the weird tangents you get on sometimes. I feel like we've been kind of tangent light this episode so far. I feel like we have. We talked about Stephen Fry for a bit. Yeah, I think we have. But onto the chapters. I always forgot how much stuff happens right at the beginning of the book that we don't get to see in the movies. I'm sure other people will talk about it more, many specific things, but I just have two more general thoughts. I really love how much more character Mrs. Fig has in the book. I completely agree. Like I say, is it because it's a bit of a old woman with a handbag stereotype? I don't think that's a particular stereotype that old women with handbags particularly hate, to be honest. And so maybe that's. I mean, she's just so. I mean, bless her, the actor is really good, but there's not much to her, is there, in the movie? She really got the Fleur and Crumb treatment in terms of character development. I would say not quite as bad, because we do get a bit of character. Because like I say, she says, I thought you were intelligent and everything. Whereas you get the impression in the book, she's saying it with a lot of rage, because she's constantly thinking about murdering Mundungus Fletcher. But yeah, I completely take your point. 2. The scene with the Dursleys in Chapter 2 is at once absolutely hilarious, with Vernon getting more and more crazy over time, and also bone-chillingly serious. That's what I really like about it, particularly the Petunia bit, which I can see you were about to bring up. Once Petunia starts to reveal how well she might actually understand the severity of the situation, yeah. I mean, I ain't lying, Digo, just now when I was saying about that, reading that note back, giving me chills. That was a moment. It really was. And so the chaos of all the owls and Vernon going nuts and everything. And you know what? Dudley's state is definitely meant to be funny in the movie. Like, even when he's being carried down the street, he's like stirring up in the air and everything in this ridiculous way. Whereas in the book, it's really not meant to be funny. And I guess it kind of is, because Harry's struggling to carry him. But he's definitely in a much worse state in the book, absolutely. And obviously he tries to say about how the Dementors made him feel. Great comment, Digo. Thank you so much for always. Thank you so much for the very nice compliment at the start as well. Jake, Samai, Veggie. We're on to the book I affectionately call Harry Potter and the Endless Series of Temper Tantrums. Interesting. I mean, it's kind of started off like that, isn't it? I remember, but it's warranted though. I remember buying it on day one in Asda. Interesting. Whereas the first 4 books I got as a box set for Christmas, I think 2001. Wow, awesome. What a present. Thus, it holds a special place in my heart. Excellent. Chapter 2. Just this week realised there is a subtle clue in the first book that someone is from the Wizarding World lives near the Dursleys. In the first chapter, none of them noticed a large tawny owl fluttering past the window during breakfast in broad daylight. Presumably, it's delivering the news of Voldemort's demise to Mrs. Fig. Now that's very interesting, because now that I think about the first chapter, Vernon's seeing loads of people dressed weirdly. And so that means that there must be a bunch of wizards nearby. Within miles. That's very interesting. But yeah, very possibly that could be going to Fig, and obviously Fig gets mentioned, I think, that early in the book as well. Maybe not that early, but it's definitely earlier on in the book, though. I'm curious to know how many readers realise the Arabella Fig, who Dumbledore tells Sirius to contact at the end of book 4, was Mrs. Fig, the crazy cat lady from book 1. If you remember the crazy cat lady from book 1 by name, that's really impressive. I think reading through for the first time, obviously that's significant, because obviously I had an advantage. But yeah, if you remembered that, that's incredible. But not even Harry remembers it, clearly. Well, he doesn't know what Mrs. Fig's name is, so, and there's obviously going to be plenty of figs around, especially at Christmas. I don't think I've ever had a fig. Anyway, there you go, there's more of the tangents. Yes, Harry certainly did. Yes, you pointed out. I don't think I picked up at all. Harry certainly didn't, yeah. I hope Dumbledore forewarned her and Sirius was innocent. That Sirius was innocent. Otherwise, he's showing up at her door. Or, hi, I know you think I'm a mass murderer, but I'm not. Also, Voldemort is back. I've had a heart attack. That's a great point. That is his mission, isn't it? To go and get everyone together. My goodness. Yeah, you'd imagine that Dumbledore must have already contacted all the Order. That's a great point. I really like that, Jake. Nice work. Mrs. Fig claims that Mr. Tibbles told her Mundungus left. Can squibs communicate with animals? Filch and Mrs. Norris seem to have the similar connection. Perhaps this is instead of their lack of magic, of magical ability. And that's very interesting, that last part. Now, I guess it could be possible that Mr. Tibbles had been trained to give Mrs. Fig a sign, like a visible sign, you know, that something was wrong, and so then Fig would go and investigate, and then saw that Mundungus had left, rather than her actually speaking with it, because we've never had Filch actually having a conversation with Mrs. Norris, have we? But these are the two squibs that we've met, and they both got cats. So there has to be some sort of thing of where the cat helps squibs live in the Wizarding world, which obviously Fig isn't doing, but Filch definitely is. Yeah, that's very, very interesting. I like your theory there. Finally, whoever sent Petunia that howler must have heard Vernon's threats. Does that mean Harry's house has been magically bugged somehow? Who do you think sent it? I'm guessing Dumbledore, but even that doesn't really make sense, though. So, oh. Unless it's Black, of course. That could be interesting. I guess it could be Black. Because you'd imagine he would have at least met Petunia before. Oh, I don't know, actually, because she didn't recognise him on the news, did she? But then again, he was looking very different. Yeah, I don't know, Jake, and that is the perfect place for me to be at. So thank you so much for your comment, as always. Slim, of all the books, this is arguably the most diverse and controversial. Divisive and controversial, sorry. Many people say it's their favourite, but others, including myself, aren't massive fan of it. I read book 5 to get to the absolute gold of book 6. I wonder if it's the fact that they're saying it's their favourite, which makes some people... Because if book 6 is your favourite, you're thinking, well, book 6 is better. Why people... I don't know. That's interesting. I mean, I don't know. I guess I will be giving my review at the end of it. But right now, Goblet of Fire is my favourite. And I kind of almost didn't want to choose a favourite, but it just ended up being clearly my favourite. And so that's where I'm at. But yeah, I'm intrigued to find out. Yeah, I'm intrigued to do these book reviews. Harry's difficulty in working the Patronus spell is so real and human. It really sells Cedric's death as something that is having an impact on Harry. That's so true, and the fact that he was recently thinking about that as well again. I think you're right. I was thinking about proximity and everything, but I think you might be right about the whole Cedric thinking. Magic isn't like riding a bike. Performing a spell is no guarantee you will be able to use it next time. Yeah, I like that a lot. I really do, Slim. I think that has a lot of legs. It's a shame people aren't more empathetic towards Petunia. Magic stole her sister away from her multiple times. Yeah. Even when I reacted to the deleted scene from Deathly Hallows, I was getting a lot of comments saying, this isn't Petunia, she would never do this and everything. But I have always wanted to see a glimmer of some sort of connection to her sister. And this is the first time that has really happened. Is that fair? Has it happened before? I'm pretty sure it hasn't. And so, that's what made that chapter really impactful to me. That connection finally being visible, you know, especially to Harry. Lily was at Hogwarts for most of her school years. Lily married a wizard, someone Petunia didn't understand or relate to in the slightest. Voldemort murders Lily when she was only 21. Harry is the living embodiment of how magic has blighted Petunia's life over the past 20 years. Well, there's also that as well. I mean, but at the same time, she shouldn't be mistreating Harry because of that, despite the trauma that she went through, though. I'm wondering if they went to the wedding, if their wedding was a wizard wedding. You'd imagine it was a wizard wedding. But I wonder if Petunia went to it, and if she'd met Vernon at that point. I'd imagine Vernon would not have wanted to go. But yeah, that's very interesting. Interesting that after learning of Voldemort's return, Petunia's orders are very similar to Arthur and Sirius. Stay in the house, don't leave the room, etc. Yeah, exactly. It's just like very, very straightforward. And then she comes up with a sort of like thing of all the neighbours talking and everything like that. But the instructions were to the letter, literally. And so that makes it very concerning. It really does. It's such a good end to the chapter. Why is Harry dreaming about long dark corridors? I've got a theory. It's the thing that we got for our cover art there. Maybe. Why were Dementors there? I think I can't half remember, but I don't want to remember fully before we get to it part in the chapter. The court's going to be very interesting for that. The hearing, I should say. What have Ron and Hermione been doing? Was the Howler? What's the Howler referring to? Yeah, I don't know, but I am really looking to find out all the answers to this. So Slim, thank you so much for your comment, as always. Josh, to me, this book does a fantastic job of putting the readers squarely in Harry's shoes. Not Ron's shoes, luckily. Getting around with those friggin' surfboards. And it starts from the very beginning. He comes off the worst experience of his life. It's hot and miserable weather, and his friends, who are normally very specific and straightforward, are being very secretive. Harry is not used to not knowing. Full disclosure, I was probably defending his attitude this entire book. Well, so far I fully understand Harry's attitude, you know, considering what he's gone through. Because for me, there is something I really like, how human it is that he is struggling to, and having the inner monologue of the book really adds so much weight to everything. Yeah, it's brilliant, and it is large. I mean, that is basically what the first chapter is, isn't it? Until obviously it all kicks off, but we get a lot of that in the dialogue because he is isolated, so that's exactly what we're going to be getting. I remember how much Petunia knows about Azkaban. Or Azkaban, as he written there. Shocked me for the first time reading it, and it still does. Yeah, it was a great moment for me as well. I know something is up if Petunia is overruling her husband, because they have wanted to be rid of Harry for years. That's very true. We have had it before where Vernon has been kind of kowtowed to Petunia, if that's the right term. Sort of like, you know, where she's been furious and he's basically, you know, submitted, you know, during that. But yeah, she's completely saying this is what we have to do. And also Vernon. Vernon accepts a lot of what Harry says because of what Petunia had said about the Dementors as well. So it's very interesting. Any early guesses about this? I like hearing your thoughts. I mean, I really don't, Josh. Like I say, I've said like who I think it may be, but that's not really based on anything. Sirius Black, it could be, because he's basically the one who's basically doing the calling the banners and everything, isn't he? And so Petunia would be one of those in this situation, and so yeah, unless Dobby's somewhere around. I don't think it's Dobby. I do not think it's Dobby. If it is, that's amazing, but I don't think it's Dobby. I think it's Sirius Black now I think about it. Josh, thank you so much for your comment as always. Snow speeders and space shuttles. Hi Veggie, so excited to start Order of the Phoenix. This one is my favourite book of the series. Chapter 1. Sorry, just need to do my nose. How on earth does a budgie learn to water ski? It's someone stuck some skis to its feet and just dragged it along. You know, it's the 90s. I know that's something Harry can be a bit short with. I know that sometimes Harry can be a bit short with people, but I think his anger towards everyone is perfectly justified. It's true. Although he does bully. I will say that he does bully Dudley in that first chapter. It must be so frustrating to be effectively quarantined from the Wizarding World whilst everyone else is keeping up to date and also talking about him as well, you know. It's similar to the start of Prisoner of Azkaban. I feel like it really is, this isolation of him having to do what he's told and everything. And don't get me wrong, the Dementor attack in the film does a decent job, but the scene in the book is properly scary. Yeah, I feel like it did do a decent job. I think it's all been okay. Being able to see an approaching Dementor would be horrifying enough, but not being able to see it at all, only going off sound, is a really intense way of starting the story. So true. And obviously they couldn't do that in the movie because you had to be able to see things on the screen and everything. They couldn't just have a black screen. But yeah, I agree with you. They did a good job, but the book version is where it's at. Chapter 2. Why would Dumbledore entrust Mundungus to watch Harry? Surely he would know that he would do this. Did Mrs. Fig try to convince Dumbledore otherwise? Well, she is like saying, I knew this would happen. I'm pretty sure she does say that, doesn't she? So she very possibly has had a word of Dumbledore. Probably gave him hell as well. I guess she will after this. Petunia knowing about the Dementors and Azkaban caught me completely off guard for the first time when reading. I was right there with you. I thought she would have learned some things from Lily, but that she would have forgotten them either over time or on purpose. That's what I would have seen, but I wouldn't have seen that she had known stuff like Azkaban and stuff though. Maybe it's during the war, but probably not. She said boy, didn't she, rather than man. That's all. That's all for me for now. Just want. How about did I read that? Well, I thought she would have. Yeah. That's all for me now. Just want to add that I couldn't wait for you to start this one, and as I have Stephen Fry audiobook on CD, 24 CDs. Wow. And it's very nostalgic to listen to again. Changing discs between chapters or sometimes during them. Yeah, that is retro, isn't it? And in some video games you actually do that as well, guys. Like change the CDs out and everything mid-game and everything, which is always a trip. Snow Speeders, thank you so much for your comment. Greatly appreciate. It's a us thing. Hi, Veggie and Woozle. I know it's been said a lot by a lot of us, but I want to say too, we really appreciate you for the book. Thank you very much, it's a us thing. Please don't feel like you need to rush to get these done by the end of the month. I do. I said it, I see it as a target, and the problem with that is that I've been missing that target lady, which has not been great for my mood and everything. But yeah, I do kind of like to set it towards the end of the month, because if not, then it can really start to wander, and I really don't want that to happen. I can see how hard you're working, and I was glad to hear you said the last book club that you split up making the recordings. No matter how long it takes you to get the video out, we still love it and enjoy it. Take care of yourself and Woozle. First and foremost, we can wait. I appreciate it, it's a nurse thing. I don't want to go too much into it, guys, but this has been a bad week for me. It really has been rubbish. It really has. At the start of the week, I was ahead of schedule, guys. The Hunger Games video on YouTube went out and was doing fantastic. Gained a whole bunch of subscribers. Thank you so much if you're new. Via that, I don't know why you'd be watching this at this point, but you might be though. And so, yeah, thank you so much for joining everything. So, everything was up, and then something happened, which is basically out of my control. It's someone else's control, unfortunately. And it's really putting a damper on my week. And it made... like I said, I was ahead of schedule. I would have been able to get this finished before the last day of the month, and then post that on the last day of the month. That just wasn't able to be done, and so it sucks. It really sucks. But you know, at the same time, this channel is a good escape for me. It's just a shame that it meant that I wasn't able to do much on the channel as well. But yeah, it's a situation, guys, and it's not great. But yes, I'm getting through it. But thank you so much, listeners, and that's very, very kind of you to say. And you're right, Woozle and I guess myself should come first. But at the same time, you guys over on the Patreon are paying for a service, and I take that really seriously. I really do. And so, my priorities are otherwise. But I appreciate your comment, though. Thank you so much. Now, onto order. I forgot just now jam-packed how jam-packed these first couple of chapters are. This is my favourite book in the series because sass, not spew, but sass. Harry is definitely in his sassy mode, and I'm living for it. Yeah, I'm wondering to see how long that carries on, or if this is our new Harry, you know, because the events of Order of the Phoenix, of Goblet of Fire, you'd imagine would have absolutely changed him, you know, and so, yeah, it'll be interesting to see, but I'm enjoying it so far. A couple of big things stood out to me in my reread. First, Dudley seems like he is becoming increasingly more violent, not necessarily towards Harry, but just in general. I can't say I'm surprised given who raised him, but it is worrying. Can I play devil's advocate for a moment? Because this isn't what I think. But now I'm thinking about it, it might be what I think partly. He is living with someone the same age as him that has the sword of Damocles over his head. I'm wondering, and this is not giving him a pass at all, guys. What Dudley's doing is horrendous. I'm wondering if that is him letting his frustration out. Because he must be always on edge when Harry is around, and Harry is living with him, and so that may. And I know that they know about the rules and everything like that, but still, that's why. That's why when Harry is mocking him and everything, Dudley doesn't just whack him. He says, "I bet you think you're a tough man because you had that wand." He is basically saying the reason why you're not getting beaten up is because you had that wand, and so. I think that's interesting what I just said about potentially that Harry, you know, being able to goad Dudley in this way has pushed him partly towards this. That being said, with Vernon and Petunia raising him, it's very possible that this would have happened anyway, and if not, very likely, especially. Well, I mean, the thing is, I'm talking about a slap that happened 5 books ago, guys. But Vernon hitting Dudley still sticks in my mind, you know. And, you know, I was hit as a kid, so it's not like we all turn out like that. But that still plays in my mind, you know. The fact that Vernon hit Dudley. And, yeah. Anyway, that was a long time ago, but that still sticks in my mind. It still does. Whenever we're talking about Dudley now, I always think of that moment. And I don't know if that's fair or not. Maybe it's not fair. Maybe I should let that go. But either way. Also, by the way, I should mention this now because I keep on forgetting to do so. It's a nurse thing. You refer to this book as Order. I appreciate that. I'm referring to it as Order as well because I know that every single time during this book review, which is going to be a long series, guys. It's going to be a very, very long series, longer than the rest. Every single time I had to type Order of the Phoenix, I will always get the O and the E the wrong way around. Every single time, in Phoenix, I should say, not in Order. In Phoenix, I will always, every single time without fail, spell it incorrectly. And so I appreciate that you're calling it Order, because that's why I'm calling it Order rather than Phoenix. It'd be interesting to see how much worse Studley gets, if he indeed does. Second, Petunia coming in with the knowledge bomb. And of course, the Howler. That one short line. Remember, my last Petunia. Chills. Yeah, absolutely. I can hear that voice in my head. I can see. You just reminded me of a tweet that I liked yesterday. I will explain in a second. I can see the colour drain from her face. That image is and always has been so strong to me. It's one of the few lines I remember from the book, word for word, even after all these years, or after all this time. Sorry. Who do you think it's from? I've given the best speculation that I can, but yeah, I'm just really looking forward to finding out. So guys, I've been watching a little bit of NXT recently, which I never do. Now, NXT is the developmental show for the WWE, and so it's like the people that are learning to be professional wrestlers fully, you know. And I don't watch NXT like ever, but I've decided the last couple of weeks to check it out, and it's actually been surprisingly good. But there is a guy on it who in a promo he was talking, and I could tell that there was something off. I didn't know what it was, if it was an accent or if he had a speech impediment or something. And then I watched his match that he was in, and he was very, very similar. He looks very similar, and has a very, very similar wrestling style to Randy Orton, who's another wrestler. This is gonna be a really long explanation. I should really explain. So, it turns out that the wrestler is deaf, partially deaf, and so he talks. He doesn't quite enunciate things fully correctly, you know, like some partially deaf people can. But I know that a lot of people have been calling him out, saying you're just a Randy Orton's kid, or you're a Randy Orton ripoff, and all that sort of thing. And like, he's getting a lot of those comments at the moment. And so this is a long explanation. So, right, Randy Orton's entrance music, jeez, talks about hearing voices in his head. It's like, I hear voices in my head, they counsel me, they understand, they talk to me. It's a great entrance theme music, guys. It is really cool. And so, yeah, it's all about hearing voices in his head. So this wrestler, who I don't know the name of, it's terrible, but I saw his tweet yesterday. Tweeted out in reaction to all these people saying you're just a cheap Randy Orton and everything. He says, "Guys, I'm not just a young Randy Orton. He has voices in his head. I don't hear Jack S." That's a very funny tweet. I really appreciate that. So yeah. Anyway, that was way too long a story. I am sorry. I'm so sorry. It's a nurse thing. Did I actually get to the end of your comment? Yeah, I did. Thank you so much for it's a nurse thing. That's greatly appreciated comment as always. And I'm so sorry about the really long, boring story about the NXT. Ahoy, Veggie. I don't have too much to say about these chapters. I'm sure everyone else will cover everything worth mentioning. Instead, I'll say this. This book has been given the biggest I can't believe this wasn't in the movie moment in the entire story. Oh. Interesting. I wonder if it's to do with Cho. Probably not. But because as I remember, Cho just basically stops being in it after she is forced to show where the order is working out. But yeah, I'll be interested to know in the entire series, the entire story though. That's fascinating. So I'm curious, what has the moment been for you so far? Gold, that is tough. I mean, I loved the Crouch Jr. stuff. But I can believe that it was cut out. Lupin being awesome, because I freaking love Lupin. I'm honestly not sure, CD Mello. Did I say your name? I feel like I didn't. But that is a great question. I'll have to think on it. But thank you so much for the question. That is a tough one, and there's certainly enough to pick in Goblet of Fire. An explanation of what the heck happened in the graveyard, quite frankly. But I gotta admit, when I was watching movies, that really didn't bother me. It honestly didn't. Anyway, keep well, stay safe, and best to you and Weasel. Thank you so much, CD Mello. That is a great question that you posted me down. I'm afraid I can't answer right now. Isis Peoples. I am so excited for you to get to this book. I've been waiting since we started Philosopher's Stone. I know people don't like this book, but I know people don't like this book. But personally, it's my third favourite in the series. There seems to be a lot of love for it, and I don't think anyone said that they hate this. I don't know if anyone hates any of the books, to be honest. The filler and the fluff is objectively the best parts of the story. Is that why people might have an issue with it? Interesting. The dive into the mundane areas of the Wizarding World is going to be so fun to you to see and experience. I think I've made it very clear in these book reviews. I love that stuff. I really do. So that sounds like this book's going to be right up my alley. Hope there's no Dementors there. That's very funny. That was a very funny joke I just made. Also, the kids get to be teenagers, and that provides many opportunity for relatable comedy. Fantastic. A Peck of Owls is one of my most favourite chapters in the series. Wow. The chaos is so kinetic, maybe? I'm dyslexic, I should say. Isis people. And entertaining. Owls, owls, owls. All while Harry's thoughts are fighting for his life. And and Petunia releasing her veil of false ignorance. I love that word. I love the way you worded that. And understanding the gravity of the Dementors. Well, they float. Ignore me. Order of the Phoenix. It has a multitude of chaotic kinetic. I feel like that's a kinetic. It's a word I've never seen written down before, so I apologise. And utterly hilarious chapters. So of my favourite character moments happen in this book. Fantastic. I mean, it's you have your misery at the Dursleys, the joy at being with the Weasleys at least. The Diagon Alley stuff and everything. You have going to Hogwarts, you got the lessons and everything, you got the storyline and everything, but then you've got what I'm guessing you're referring to as the fluff. And I love that stuff. That is up there with the favourite stuff in the books. I enjoy that stuff more than the main storyline, very often, in fact. And so, yeah, it sounds like this is going to be great. I don't often comment, but I see myself becoming a more active part of the book club now that we've reached book 5. Isis people, you're very welcome. I'd love to see you commenting whenever you got something to say, of course. But yeah, it's always appreciated to see you commenting here. But let me put my cape on and stand for my boy Harry. Harry is 15 years old, who suffered through insane PTSD. Who's suffering through. Yes, he's moody. Yes, he makes rash, childish decisions. Yes, he is angry. Yes, he feels alone, as one has lived through what he has lived through. Plus, people won't tell him basic information. It's so true. I'm completely with you. And it's very possible that with the mood that I was in during Prison of Azkaban, again, guys, I don't want to go too much into it. It was when my mother was very ill. And so it really was affecting my mood in my book clubs. And I would rant at everything that Harry said. So maybe if I stood in that frame of mind, I would see it differently. But at the end of the day, A Goblet of Fire, Harry was my favourite character. And so I really feel like I can understand the character a lot more now, while still saying he shouldn't really be doing that sort of thing, you know, regarding Dudley and everything. But he's frustrated, which I also feel like Dudley is. Ironically, they've got a lot of common there, aren't they? Jeez. And both got attacked by Dementors as well. Yes, Harry is indeed a bit insufferable and angsty, but let's show some compassion for my boy. Harry isn't perfect. Tell the movie makers that. But yeah, I completely agree. And to be fair, the movie makers do have little bits where he's like kicking walls and stuff like that. And I think that makes him a strong protagonist to follow through the series. I completely agree. I was talking about, you know, you don't have a character if you don't have flaws, in my opinion, everyone. So yeah, absolutely, I this people. And someone please get him a therapist. I'm not sure if that'd work, to be honest. I wonder if they even are therapists in the Wizarding world. Probably not. They probably got a spell for that, haven't they? Jeez, that can't be good for you. Anyway, thank you so much for your comments. Love to see you commenting here. Gavnob. Greetings, Woozle. Time for... sorry, that makes me laugh. That's great. Time for one of the best villains in all media. Just my opinion. I'm guessing you mean Umbridge, but maybe not. Unless you mean someone here. Chapter 1. What had Harry done? The list of things... list of things where all things that were done to him, not his doing. Since if St. Brutus is secure and for the incurable, how would anyone believe Harry was sent home for the summer? I think because it's a school, you still would be? I'm guessing that maybe you're seeing it like a Borstal sort of situation where it's a prison for children. I've never thought about that, but the way you describe that there, actually, you may actually have a great point, Gavnar, but... Maybe Petunia and Vernon have had to say something of good behaviour or something, you know, or something like that, you know, just to, like, you know... Because obviously they're not particularly happy with neighbours thinking Harry is going there, surely. Or maybe they... I don't know. They're complicated, blooming... They're a complicated pair, them two, aren't they? Chapter 2. Owls come in parliaments, not pecks. Well done, Gavnob. Excellent. How do you... And an unkindness is ravens, isn't it? Because it's a murder of crows. Unkindness is my favourite. I really like that. We've definitely talked about this before, though. How do squibs have the apparently supernatural connection to their cats? First Filch, now Mrs. Fig. Unless the cat is the one who's the magical one. You know, maybe that's it. Every squib we know about uses a cat for reconnaissance. Good word. How would Mundungus being there have changed anything? Oh, that's interesting. It would still be magic used near Harry and would set off a trace, just like Dobby did in Chamber of Secrets. I think that might be alluding to what the spell on the house is there, Gavnob. I think because right now I don't know what it is, but you suggesting that Mundungus using magic near Harry has done something. Now, before reading that, I wouldn't have thought that would be a thing at all, because I would have thought that Mundungus would have just done the Patronus curse. It would have come back as Mundungus did it. He's allowed to. He's an adult. and so there's nothing to worry about. But you're saying that his proximity to Harry would have broken something. That's interesting, because that's something which I was not aware of. If that is indeed what you're saying, just like Dobby did in Chamber of Secrets. Ah, okay, yes. There was a howler then, wasn't there? I can't blooming remember. There wasn't a howler. That's very interesting, Gavnob. That's very interesting. Yeah, I think I'm getting my moments muddled up here. How does Dudley count as a muggle for this statute of secrecy? He already knows about magic. Also, how does the Ministry know a muggle was there? Vernon has a point. I think that may be something that is put on the wands, maybe? Maybe it's something that Ollivander makes sure that it's being traced back to the Ministry of what spells are being used when, maybe? Is that a bit too much of a stretch? I presumed it's not so much that Dudley would have seen anything, because he wouldn't, because he was blinded at the time, or it was pitch black, I should say. But anyone who's in proximity of them may have seen some white blast or something, maybe. Maybe. But that's where my head is for it, anyway. P.S. Woozle told me it's snack time. Well, she's just had a blooming dinner. Alright, fine. Thank you so much, Catherine. A great comment. Greatly appreciated. John. I will give her a snack if she comes through. Now we've arrived at Order of the Phoenix. This one is my top 3 favourite Harry Potter books. It's very interesting that people really don't rate it. It's their favourite or it's their third. No one said it's their second favourite yet. It's very interesting. The other 2 are Half-Blood Prince and Deathly Hallows. Most of the chapters in this book are very long. Very interesting, John. So it seems like you are a second half kind of guy when it comes to Harry Potter. As in book-wise. Others have already pointed this out, but we start out with Harry very angsty and moody, and after the events of the previous book, it makes sense. Not to mention, this summer has been even worse for him than the previous summers, and no one seems to give him any real answers as to what's been going on in the Wizarding World now that Voldemort is back. In the previous book, one of the people Dumbledore mentioned as the old guard was pardon me, John, I'm so sorry. Arabella Figg. Now we know she's a squib and has been keenly keeping an eye on Harry all these years on Dumbledore's orders. I hope she is getting paid for this. What do you think Dudley's fears were that the Dementors brought out? Great question! Hagrid? Is that unfair for me to say? That's a great question. I'm thinking Hagrid. Is that horrible? Having Mutant Fighter 3, whatever it's called, taken away from him? I think it's Hagrid. Who would Dudley be the most scared of in the world? Even more than Harry. Oh, the Weasleys. The Weasleys. I still think Hagrid because he was so young when that happened. But I feel like the Weasleys would also be part of it. It's gonna be them guys, isn't it? I feel like. That is a great question, John. Well done for coming up with that one. Guys, if you think anyone else, please let me know. Or anything else, let me know. Snakes? That would be another one that makes sense. Yeah. Great comment. Great question, John. I appreciate that. Florent. Hi, Veggie. In the first chapter, we can see Harry going full puberty, rebellious phase. Amazing. Since the Dementors are covered in the movie, the second chapter is of more interest to me. What did you think about the Dursleys, especially Petunia's reaction to the whole situation? The Petunia thing, I don't know, and that's why it's so awesome, is the fact that I have no idea what's going on there. And I can't wait to discover it. And, you know, my theories are very, very lax. how much did it surprise you that she knew roughly what a Dementor is? Also, your thoughts on the Howler. Really looking forward to the review. Yeah, I'm baffled. I'm absolutely baffled by it. So I just can't wait to learn more, Florian. But thank you so much for your comment. And yeah, I hope you follow my journey of discovering of what the heck's going on. If it gets explained. Alicia. No. Alicia, isn't it? I'm so sorry. I'm terrible with names. I'm so sorry. So, I've been wanting to be a part of these book clubs posts, but I haven't really been able to get fully caught up to where you are on my rereading until now. Well done. That's a lot of listening and, you know, reading and everything. So I appreciate you getting caught up. I'm so sorry about getting your name wrong. I love that we are shown how frustrated and angry Harry has become, and his situation, that we see it expressed in some bad behaviour right away. I appreciate you say it's bad behaviour. I really do. I'm sorry. I'm going to have to look up exactly. I want to get your name right, especially as it's your first. Is it your first time? I think it might be. Your name is not Malkova. I'm not watching those videos because they say this is a video to say the name and don't just say it. Alicia. There we go. So I was right the second time then. Okay, Alicia. There we go. I'm so sorry. I'm dyslexic. I'm awful with names. I really am. As I'm sure you know, considering you've caught up for the book for the book reviews. It's bad behaviour right away. I appreciate you say it's bad behaviour. I do. Harry is the one who initiates the negativity with Dudley. There it is. I'm loving this already. In a much more overt way than it was portrayed in the movie. Oh my goodness. It's just yeah. He's just being a bit sarky to Harry, isn't he? To Dudley. Sorry. He's trying to exert some power and control where he can since he feels so powerless in regards to everything else. You can also see a cynical mindset beginning to take hold and being expressed through his wonderful savage and absurd insults of Vernon and Petunia. Absolutely. He can barely dredge up enough good feelings to produce the Patronus. Absolutely. All completely understandable given the position he is in. Yeah, and it's so cool that he is like this. It really is. It's so real, you know, so relatable. And it only gets worse in chapter 2 with all the letters he gets basically just telling him to do nothing. It's so true. Lastly, it's fascinating to see that Petunia's memories of her sister and connections to the Wizarding World are more complex than she lets on. Remember my last, Petunia. Alicia, I cannot wait to find out more about this. I really can't. That's the great thing about these books, is that, and the fact that I don't know it is just golden. It's just golden. Alicia, thank you so much for your comment. Well done getting caught up. Hope to see you next time as well. Okay. I've tried this one before. Gugurupurasu. Some people have a hard time getting started with this book because Harry is understandably in a foul, even toxic mood considering the events of the last book. After the first 4 books, no one would have imagined there would ever be interaction between Dudley and Harry where Harry is kind of an a-hole. I 100% agree. 100% agree. I love that. And it adds to Dudley's character. It adds so much to Dudley's character. Dudley is a very different character than I expected him to be after watching the movies, guys. He really is. And, you know, I do wonder if part of the reason why he's lashing out at people is because of Harry being there, you know. Every presence threat. Every present threat. I find it interesting that Dudley seems so instinctively try to guard his mouth around the Dementor to make. That's interesting. That's very interesting. Wow. That makes me wonder if Dudley might have just a little bit of latent magical affinity. Though obviously not enough to get a letter from Hogwarts. Well, no, quite. No, yeah, that's very interesting. That he instinctively knows to guard his mouth. Wow. This book is worth it. Though chapter 22 and 23 are book exclusives that I consider the most unforgivable curses omissions from any of the movies. Now that is interesting. Okay, so we got a little while to go then, but that has me very intrigued. It really does. Guguru Puraso, thank you so much for your comment. Always appreciate it. Nessie Bobs. Hello everyone. I hope that the Dursleys' bay windows aren't Crittle windows. Otherwise, Harry would need a few hours in A&E having his scalps stapled back together. Oh, that's horrible. Oh, that's a horrible image. When Vernon reached through the windows to try to throttle Harry, I see an image of Bart Simpson getting throttled and sticking his tongue out, which makes me laugh. You know what, Nessie Bobs? I went there as well. I think it's obviously maybe like anyone who's brought up with the early Simpsons and everything would instinctively think of Harry strangling Bart, which obviously you just wouldn't get away with in the Simpsons after a point, because it's pretty strong. But back in the day, Bart getting strangled by Homer was absolutely one of the most iconic images from the show. So that's where my mind went as well. You know, I thought it was magic hands. Okay, I'll say this quickly. There's a great animation series on YouTube called The Amazing Digital Circus. I cover it on the YouTube channel. You may have seen the thumbnails, guys. And in the latest episode, which is my favourite, it's the one set the fast food place. I can't remember what it's called. But it's episode 4, and it's my favourite. There's a character in it who I think has autism in it, and I was so impressed by the episode that I actually made a separate video after my reaction, basically talking about this character and my own autism, and that video did very well, and so I highly recommend it. Why am I talking about that? Oh yeah, so at one point during episode 4, Gangle, the character which I'm talking about, who is my favourite character now, is trying to be like this very like professional manager in this fast food place, and Jax, who is just absolutely not doing it, and he's not playing along at all because he's Jax. And Gangle basically says, I think that you need some more training, like that. And all of a sudden, these hands out of this long dark corridor just come out and just grab Jax and just pull him into like this place where there's a chair and a TV set, basically. It's a great moment. I highly recommend it, guys. I know that a lot of you guys will probably hear. Some of you guys will be here purely for the Harry Potter stuff, and that's great, guys. I appreciate that. I would still recommend checking out The Amazing Digital Circus. I think all the episodes are great. I feel like episode 4 is absolutely brilliant. Like I say, it focuses on the character Gangle, and it doesn't talk about it, but it's a very clear metaphor for masking, which is something that a lot of people with autism do. So I highly recommend it. But yeah, that image of the hand just coming out and just grabbing Jackson and pulling him in, that is also what I thought of during that moment. I'd love to know what little Diddykins is forced to see when the Dementor close to him. Yeah, I just gave my thoughts on that. What great! I didn't think about that for a second. It's so awesome. I hope he's forced to see himself as a bullying kid. Very movie Harry Potter you there, Git. Because we haven't had Git in the books, have we? I'm pretty sure we haven't. But being brought up to be and learns to change his ways. I don't think that's it. But we shall see, Nessie Bob. Maybe it will be. Oh, that's interesting. Maybe that's why Dudley can barely speak in Deathly Hallows, because he's been affected by the Dementors. I hope not. I really hope not. Gold. Imagine that, guys. Oh, I hope not. We will get to in future books if so. Petunia reading something. Something she subconsciously remembers from childhood after all this time. Always. You made the joke there. Well done, Nessie Bobs. The weatherman on the TV in the film is played by Miles Jupp, who I did recognise in my reaction. I was very proud of myself for recognising him. Stalwart of Radio 4, but most importantly, Archie and the Archie from Balamory. My goodness, Balamory. Now that's going back a bit. My goodness, was that his debut? Maybe. Wow, crazy. I love the interactions between Fig and Dung. It's very short, isn't it? But it's brilliant. Figgy, I should say. Figgy gets her hits in. Have you heard of Bunny Suicides? It's a series of cartoons featuring... I don't know that. I do not know that. It's a cartoon series. Okay, that's good then. I'm afraid that's a new one. I mean, Nessie Bobs. Here is a link for the Harry Potter and the Order of Phoenix cartoon. Oh, cool. Oh, so it's like the bunnies are playing the characters? Okay, maybe we need to check that out. Either way, Nessie Bobs, thank you so much for your comment. I greatly appreciate it. I did kind of slur my words when saying that word there, guys. I should really explain myself. YouTube doesn't like that word being said, you know, and so I'm not going to say... There's other YouTube channels who say stupid words in that place and everything. I'm not going to do that, but I do try to avoid saying that word if that's okay on the channel. Apparently, YouTube don't like it. They don't. I'm pretty sure they don't restrict videos for saying it. I know that they don't restrict videos for saying it, but apparently it's a bit of a YouTube no-no saying that. So, which is a shame, guys. We should be able to talk about it, but I guess it's because some channels really make a lot of money out of discussing it, and not from not in a positive way. And so maybe that's the reason, but yeah. Either way, Nessie Bob, that's new on me. I'll have to check it out. Thank you so much for your suggestion, Louisa. And also, you want to know about that. So yeah, that's just like behind the curtains YouTube lark I just said then. Louisa, this is by far my favourite book. The first two chapters are reasons that I so much love the books more than the movies. I was so disappointed seeing they rushed through the first chapters. It's true. You know what, Louisa? My main issue with it is that it's just so weirdly creepy. It's so quiet. And maybe that's to reflect Harry's state of mind, but starting a movie with such little energy is definitely a decision. I think they did an okay job, but they really did rush through it. And they missed out any wrongdoing by Harry at all, which is my main issue with it. But the Petunia stuff and everything, my goodness. That must have been a frustrating bit for book readers watching the movie thinking, what, they're taking Dudley to hospital now? Although I do love the bit when Vernon mouths to Mrs. Fig. Not very well. Like that. Yeah, the fact that Petunia didn't have that big moment. Either way, Louisa, thank you so much for your comment. Greatly appreciated. Mary Louise, I believe. Hi, I mean, this is actually my first book club comment. You're very welcome, Mary Louise. I hope I'm saying your name right. I always second guess myself. Though I have been watching since your Philosopher's Stone movie reaction was my first Christmas. Sorry, I should read it properly. I have been watching since your Philosopher's Stone movie reaction. Greatly appreciate. Was my first Christmas after moving to a new city. Very nice. I hope the move all went well. I'm excited, and I hope you had a good Christmas as well. I'm very excited for this book, even though it is not my favourite movie by a long shot. I love how the book really introduces us to the world and politics that form the remainder of the story. You know what, Mary Louise, I'm sorry, I'm terrible with names. Even simple names like that, I second guess myself, you know. You know what? You saying that makes so much sense to me. The fact that it's talking so much about politics and red tape and how everything works and everything, and how that's really going to be the theme of the book. It really is. Because I guess you could say the theme of the last one was all about competition and rivalry and everything, wasn't it? In a way, starting off with the Quidditch World Cup and everything. That's very interesting. That's very interesting. I like that. Well, thank you so much for your first comment. Greatly appreciate it. And I hope to see you next time as well. Thank you so much. Get I actually feel for Harry. He's not being told anything yet, and just told to sit still and don't cause trouble. As the person who is the reason everyone ever knows about Voldemort's return, you would think he'd be told something. Yeah, I would like. Yeah, it's difficult, isn't it? The thing is, you get the feeling that there is a legit reason why he is not being told anything. But you bring up the whole point of, do they not remember what I did? Which is something that he thought to himself in these chapters. So yeah. Though I guess it's fair not as much. Though I guess it's fair not to say much in a letter. However, him guessing Ron and Hermione are together and he's stuck being alone in the place he hates really must feel lonely. Yeah, and it must feel like a betrayal in a weird way as well, you know? And he knows he's going to be getting his ear bent by Sirius and everything with the whole be careful and don't be like me sort of thing that Black has been telling him. I get it. I completely get his situation. Thank you so much for your comment, Kent. It's always greatly appreciated. Joe. Hi. Hello, Veggie. My favourite book is the last one, but I think this one is also amazing. Your videos pulled me through some dark moments when my young cat died on my birthday last year. So thank you, Joe. I'm so sorry. That's so freaking heartbreaking. I don't know, guys. I think anyone who loves pets and everything knows how just undeniably dark those times can be. You can probably see it on my channel, guys. It would have been before I started Harry Potter. Oh God, and Bennett. Yeah, so basically the year 2000 was extremely bad for me. It's when I found out my mother was ill. A few months before then, it was when my previous dog Penny passed away. I can't even say that without getting upset. I can't. Jeez. She was a lab collie. She did appear on the channel a few times, guys. She wouldn't come in my room for recordings or anything. But yeah, Weasel has abandonment issues, and so she needs to have access to me 24/7. You know. But yeah, she was a lovely dog, and also that was the year that I went to the doctors with concerns about this up here, and that's when I found out that I could potentially have autism, something which I knew nothing about. Also, several other bad things happened that year, like you know, the world was in a very bad state during that time, you know. But yeah, losing a pet is so freaking hard. It really is, you know. And maybe animal lovers, I think everyone's an animal lover, really, aren't they? But people who really love pets and like, you know, have pets and everything like that, maybe you don't understand how bad it can be for some people, but pets mean a lot to a lot of people, you know. It's a stupid sentence, but it's true. And so I understand, Joe. I'm so sorry that happened. I'm sure they had a wonderful life with you the time that they worked with you, though. And the fact it's on your birthday as well, that's heartbreaking as well, because there's always going to be that association, isn't there? I mean, again, to relate a little bit more with you, I think I must have mentioned this before, but my dad died on Christmas Eve. Now, I do still celebrate Christmas every single year and everything, but there is that feeling on Christmas Eve of just that time. And so I'm really hoping, Joe, that isn't the case with you. If it is the case with you, don't worry, it will be a momentary thing, and I'm sure that you will still be able to celebrate birthdays as normal. But yeah, I appreciate your comment. That's very, very kind. Sorry about getting emotional and telling you about mine. But you know, you just told me something very personal there, which is very kind of you, and I wanted to share my own version of that back. So thank you, Joe. That's very, very kind of you. Chapter 1. We're not stupid, you know. Well, that's news to me. Incredible. It's one of my favourite Harry's sassy comebacks. It is brilliant. Again, I do prefer Stephen Fry's. Oh no, you couldn't be. It's so short, you know. The change in Harry that happened between the last chapter of the previous book and... I'm sorry, right. The change in Harry that happened between the last chapter of the previous book and here is huge. It really is. It really is. And you get the feeling that it is largely what happened in the graveyard, but also the situation that he's currently in as well. And the fact that Voldemort's back, you know. He has started to his descent into bitterness and resentment. I think that had he spent this time with the Weasleys and not the Dursleys, he would have coped much better. I feel so sorry for him. Sorry, guys, Weasel's barking. I'm going to go and see why. It was just a delivery person. She's not come in, by the way. It is a lovely day outside right now. It's like probably the nicest day of the year, in fact. And so she's sunbathing in the front window, which she loves. So, sorry, Joe. I think that's that. Had he spent the time with the Weasleys and not the Dursleys, he would have coped much better. I feel sorry for him. I really see it mentioned how impressive it is that despite his state, Harry is still able to create the Patronus. This impressive here. That's actually, you know what? That is actually very true. I mean, because it shows that he's struggling to, but then he is actually able to. You got to give him props doing it in such a bad situation. But he thinks about Hermione and Ron. It's a nice moment. It's a nice moment. Who are off having a good time without him. Maybe it's a rage Patronus. Maybe that's a new thing. It comes out red or something. The light in him is stronger than anything. That's the proof. I really like that. I really like that a lot. Chapter 2. What do you think that Dudley saw when the Dementor attacked him? That traumatized him so much. Again, is this something which I didn't think about at all? But I do think it's probably Hagrid, right? Maybe that's horrible, guys. But what Hagrid did to him was horrific. Something that no kid should have to go through. No, not even Dudley. And even at that point in the book, I was feeling really bad for Dudley. I am not surprised at all that Vernon is kicking Harry out. The fact that he didn't do it before is more surprising, but I think we can see that Petunia is the one calling the shots in the family. Yeah, and we've had that before. I did mention earlier that we have had Petunia kind of being the top dog, as it were. But yeah, I feel like I've always assumed that Vernon knows whatever the deal is with Harry. But this absolutely shows that he kind of doesn't though. So that's absolutely fascinating to me. Joe, thank you so much for your comment. And yeah, I hope you have a better 2025. Connor, chapter 1. You can see that Harry is experiencing teenage angst, but you can understand it as he is being kept in the dark about everything. Well, literally, when the Dementor showed up, I didn't realize that you could talk to your Patronus. I don't, yeah. I mean, I gave my thoughts on that, Connor. I get the feeling that Harry's just doing it naturally, but maybe he is actually directing it, you know, because I don't think he's ever had to tell a Patronus what to do before, has he? I'm pretty certain he hasn't. But yeah, that's where I'm at with it. He was in a panic, wasn't he? Chapter 2. I like Mrs. Fig. She has. Can you ride a Patronus? I don't think that's ever done, is it? I like Mrs. Fig. She has a no-nonsense attitude. She really does. She really does. I wonder what Dudley's worst memory was that had been had to relive. This is so interesting, that guys, that you're bringing this up, because again, it was something that just didn't dawn me at all during the chapter. So nice work, Connor. Thank you so much. Me here. I'd love to vent some of his frustration. He'd love to vent some of his frustration on the boys who had once made his life hell. That's one of the many great lines that tell us how Harry is feeling. He's feeling trapped, frustrated, and traumatized. You said Harry's healing started at the end of the last book, but this experience where the experiences were so terrible, it is understandable that they don't instantly fade away. You're right, you're absolutely right, me here. I did say that, I absolutely did, and it made me emotional, the fact that he was healing so much on the train. But, you know, it's clearly not all gone. It'll probably never all be gone. I think Harry, is Cedric down in the last movie? I'm pretty sure he isn't. I'm pretty sure he isn't. I think Harry being so alone contributed to the set in his setback in his heart healing. Do you believe Dumbledore was right to essentially lock Harry up and leave him alone? Yes. Maybe he should have said, Harry, and this is why I'm doing it. Or could he say, but believe me, there is a reason why I'm doing this. Much like Molly said, Dumbledore has his reasons when it says about Harry coming over to the Weasleys. Yeah. Little bit, just a tiny bit of information, but yeah, that's what Harry's so craving for, isn't it? I think Harry's frustrations are conveyed much better by the book than in the movie. Oh, absolutely. He kicks a wall. That's basically it in the movie. Some of it is down to Some of it is down to the medium. The book allows us to get... Oh, the medium... I see. The book allows us to get inside his head, which the movie can't. But I think it's also just done better. For example, I like that Harry is the one taking his frustrations out on Dudley. I'm loving the fact that you guys are picking up on this as well. Or maybe I should call him a junior heavyweight inter-school boxing champion of the noble sport. Yes, I did actually bring that up. That's amazing. Harry being the instigator gives us a different side of his and Dudley's dynamic. The movie couldn't have perfect Harry be the one to pick on Dudley, which is a shame. I completely agree, me here, and I love the fact that you said it adds to Dudley as well, because it really does. It really does. I gotta say, guys, there is a part of what Dudley has become that I'm sure is at least a very small percentage down to Harry. I genuinely do, and you know that I've gone 180 on Harry now. I really love him as a character. I do feel like what he does to Dudley is adding to what Dudley is doing, which is a tongue twister. I also love that despite all his frustrations on Ron and Hermione, the thought of them prompted his success casting the Patronus charm. Yeah, that was very nice. That was awesome. Although these two chapters are serious in tone, JKR is able mixed in funny moments as well. Absolutely, yeah. It's like pandemonium almost, isn't it? That chapter 2. I really like that about her writing. Yeah, absolutely. It's a great start to the book, absolutely, and that is so cool that it's Hermione and Ron that gets him to be able to fight off the Dementors. That is really awesome. Thank you, me here. Always greatly appreciate. Howdy doing? Hey, did he say you look like a pig being taught to walk on his hind legs? 'Cause that's not cheek dud. That's true. Yeah, that's Mark Evans, isn't it? Yes. This and Mrs. Fig had me laughing quite a bit. Oh yeah, Mrs. Fig stuff was incredible. It really was. It's so, yeah. I think it would have been great to have her like this at the start of the movie. It would have injected some humour and some light into what is an extremely dark intro. I guess you could say the way that the Petunia is dressed is meant to be funny, and the fact that Vernon's just eating ice cream from the tub and everything. But having Mrs. Fig like she is in the book would have been actually awesome. But it would have had to mention Mundungus Fletcher, of course, who. So Fig is just there to watch what happens in the movie, isn't she? Because she has no backup. So she's just watching. I'm pretty sure she doesn't mention Mundungus, but again, it's so quiet, it's hard to tell. But she's just there watching Harry. So the Dementors go. It's like, I watched Harry get taken by the Dementors. Anyway. But yeah, book Fig is amazing. Surprised it took you 4 books to mark Harry as your favourite character. Besides Dumbledore, Harry's always been my favourite. Well, this is the great thing with doing this, How Do You Doing, is that we all have our different opinions on it. My previous favourite book characters up to this point have been so obvious to me. Goblet of Fire was the first one where I really was level pecking with a couple of characters, but the previous ones, Hermione was just such a surprise to me in the first book. I could not give it to Gilderoy Lockhart. I'm obviously going to give Lupin his flowers in Azkaban. But yeah, we finally got there to Harry. And yeah, we still got a few more books to go to see who else gets in my favourite character. I can obviously repeat, but we shall see though. Howding, thank you so much for your comment. Jolt. Chapter 1. Enter Harry the Sass Master Potter. That's brilliant. He dishes out several sarcastic remarks and insults in this chapter. I think it's notable that he provokes Dudley rather than in the movie where Harry seems to be minding his own business. It's so true. It's so true. Even when listening to the book, he was like thinking, come on, come over and everything. I was thinking, wow, okay, this is a different Harry Potter. It's the Sass Master. Side note, the Dementors seem extra terrifying in the scene. Interesting. I guess they are. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, it's true. It's the fact they're out of nowhere. It's just wild. And the fact it's pitch black as well. Chapter 2. Remember my last Petunia. Who do you think sent the Howler? I don't know. I really don't. Petunia knows about the Dementors. I'd love to hear your thoughts about the revelations regarding Petunia in this chapter. Well, I feel like I've got into it. And in a weird way, part of me doesn't want to speculate too much because I kind of want to be left surprised, you know, because right now, I really don't, if it is Dumbledore or Black, I'm still going to be really shocked. But yeah, I don't know. I cannot wait to find out. I cannot. Unless it's from James or Lily somehow. As in, it's a letter. That's interesting. So it's a Howler that was written by Lily or James and has been waiting for the moment where Vernon is pushed to his limits for it then to come in. If that's it, that's incredible, but I don't think it is. But yes, you were sorting out what my icon was last time. You're right. Is Jolteon, yeah. The electric Pokemon Eevee evolves it into. I just love the sparky yellow guy, always have. Yeah, Eevees are very popular, aren't they? I mean, I love Eevees, guys. I feel like the default Eevee is actually my favourite. Because I've played a bit of Pokemon on the channel, guys, back in the day. The only proper games that I've played of it are Red and Shield. So I had a bit of a break. I did play a bit of Pokemon Go, but as soon as they brought in raids and everything, I just lost interest. I want to just go around finding Pokemon, you know. My favourite Pokemon is Meowth. And that is because of the cartoon. And it always will be. Whenever I play Pokemon, my favourite, my main Pokemon is always Meowth. I really like the panda dude. Like, the panda punk dude who was in Shield. He had like a bit of bamboo like sticking in his mouth as well. He was my main fighter. In fact, he was awesome in it in Shield. But yeah, I like him as well. I like a lot of them. But Meowth will always be my number one. My number one guy, as the Joker would say. Joel, thank you so much for your comment. Tonya. Hello, Woozle and Veggie. Others have already said a lot about Petunia, and I love how this chapter gives more depth to her character. I really want to be happy for Dudley finding the talent in boxing. Now, I like that a lot, Tawny. That is a take. Okay, let's continue reading, but I appreciate your attempts to see it as a positive. I really want to be happy with Dudley finding a talent in boxing. If only he would use the sport as a healthy outlet of energy and learn some good values and sportsmanship instead of training to beat children and be even more of a bully. Yeah, I appreciate that, Tawny. I really do. That's true, because that sort of thing is boxing and all sorts of other sports is like an outlet and somewhere for people to feel at home and everything, much like Hogwarts is to Harry. And so yeah, it's a shame that it doesn't seem to be going that way. But Tawny, I appreciate your thought patterns on that. Very interesting that Harry's wand lit up when he said Lumos without even holding it. I can't recall if we've ever seen something like that before. I wonder how that works. The magic system is a bit wonky overall, but still extremely fun to analyze. Well, the good thing with magic, Tawny Out, is that you can just write it off as, yeah, that one you can do it. Yeah, it's like certain spells you can just say, yeah. I mean, Harry made the glass disappear. You know, so there are certain things that wizards can do without the wand. But I'm glad that we don't have it cut and dry of what can and can't be done. You know, yeah. So either way, Tawny Out, great comment, greatly appreciated. Emery, hello Veggie and hi Veggie and Woozle. I can't believe we've made it all the way to Order of the Phoenix with the book reviews. Just in the first chapter, we see so much of an evolution in Harry's character to push back and mess with Dudley in a way he never used to. Like in the beginning of Chamber of Secrets, his frustration by the lack of communication from the Wizarding World. Was it Chamber? I thought it was Azkaban. It probably was. It was probably both of them, to be honest. But the way in which he interacts with the Dursleys and vents his feelings has evolved so much. Petunia and Vernon generally maintained a stark polarization between the world and their world and Harry's. But in chapter 2, Petunia breaks this when she answers Vernon's question about the Dementor, what Dementors are. She said she heard that from that awful boy telling her about them years ago. Harry assumes that she is referring to his father, but she never specifies. Oh, now that... Maybe it is Sirius Black. She was talking about... might have been. I can only think Sirius, because he would have been the one closest to Petunia. Wow, that's fascinating. In fact, it doesn't actually specify who the awful boy was. And again, Sirius would have looked very different on the news. And I don't think on the Muggle news it actually specified a name, did it? It just gave his image. That's very interesting, Emery. Great comment. I really do appreciate that. That is absolutely food for thought. Astrid, so apt. This is easily my favourite Harry Potter book. I read it approximately 1,000 times when I was a kid. Approximate. I appreciate it's approximate. Sort of hate the movie though. That's interesting. I am going to expect that we're not going to be having as much a rant on the movie as we did in Goblet of Fire. But it seems like there is a certain part which was completely left out, so we're definitely getting some though. Astrid, that's intriguing. That is intriguing. So I'm looking forward to finding out exactly why. Mel, hello Veggie. For the first time in a long time, we remember that Petunia is not just a Dursley, but also comes from the same family as Lily and has her own origins. Absolutely. Like I say, she's like the female Vernon a lot of the time, isn't she? And the person who sent the letter only writes to her, making the difference clear, which makes me wonder. Do you think that if she didn't have Vernon in her life, she would have raised Harry in love? And for that matter, do you think she loves Harry? So she's doing a fig. That's what you're saying. If I'm going purely on what I know about Petunia from the books, I'm going to say there is a possibility. The food thing, I don't know if Petunia could do that. Fig is making Harry have a horrible time whenever Harry's around. Petunia would essentially be starving Harry. Essentially, not literally. But, you know, giving him not enough food for him to develop, you know, at that age. That would take a lot of willpower for someone to put someone that they love through. So I'm going to say no. In the movie, we do get the bit where it's very clear how Petunia's calling Lily a freak and Snape a freak and all that sort of stuff. Obviously, that's later on in... That could even be this book, you know. I'm not sure. This movie, I should say. I'm honestly not sure. I don't think it is. No, it's not. It's definitely Hollis. Either way, but yeah, I don't. That would take a lot to be able to, and to then not secretly be giving Harry food when Vernon's back is turned, or she's been told to absolutely stick to this pretense. But again, that'd be very hard to do. Where Vernon rejects the Wizarding World out of ignorance, fear, hatred, and whatever, prejudice as well. Yeah, I think Petunia is trying hard to reject her painful past and death of her sister. I agree with that completely. She associates the Wizard World with her sister, so there is love. I think if she'd raised Harry on her own, she would have loved him over time. That's so interesting, Mel. That really is food for thought. That really is. But it's the food aspect which really throws me off of it, you know. But it's the idea that I have always assumed that Harry is a reminder of her sister's death, even though she, from what we gather, didn't get on that well with her sister. That has always played in my mind. It always has, and so that's so great to hear that being brought up here. Love him over time, yeah. Maybe she's also afraid of becoming attached to Harry, and that if something happened to him, the last remaining part of her sister will be gone. I'm loving this, Mel. This is some fascinating analysis of the character. On another note, I totally understand the urgency of Sirius, Arthur, etc. But the way they handle the situation with Harry by not explaining anything to him, without giving him a little sentence of, you did the right thing, but stay where you are, that's actually true. Yeah, he's being scolded as a naughty child here, isn't he? That I really like. Does nothing to help his anger and the sense of isolation. It gives the impression that they just can't clean up his mess when, poor guy, it's not his fault. Absolutely, he's treated like an adult. Then he's a teenager in need of reassurance, and he's treated like a teenager to be brooded over when he's ready to fight. But in the end, who's right and who's wrong? It remains a child with an adult problem. Well, that is a brilliant summarization of Harry's situation. So yeah, I think they're doing the right thing. I do. It just sucks for Harry, you know. But it's difficult. But it's from my perspective at least, it's the right thing that they're doing. Simon, The royal penis is clean, Your Highness. I think that's coming to America. Now, that's where my mind straight away goes to. But I thought it was, did you want me to clean it? But maybe it is that though. I think it's that. I think it's that. Man, I forgot just how good the opening chapter of this book is. And it really is different from the film, both in tone and execution. Bet you didn't expect it to be Harry that would be antagonizing Dudley into a fight rather than the other way around, like in the film. And the Dementor scene in the film pales in comparison to how it's executed in the book. The sheer terror and confusion that is happening in pitch black would have been amazing to see on the big screen. Not sure it would be the same on as the TV scene. They couldn't just have it completely black. They could have had it where like everything is black around Harry, and you just see light on him and everything. But they couldn't have it just completely black, obviously. But it does feel rushed, doesn't it? But they I feel like the changes they made were to try and make it more eerie. So making it in the tunnel, so they had nowhere to go sort of thing and everything. And they basically get caught on either side of it, don't they? And so I feel like what they tried was good, but the book is definitely better though. Then a chapter of pure chaos. This is the chapter that really brings the Muggle and Wizard worlds together. In The Goblet of Fire, we saw that neither the old or young are safe from Voldemort, and now I really like that. It's a very good assessment of it. And now the clash of both the Muggle and Wizarding world were also shown that nothing is safe anymore. I can still see where Uncle Vernon is coming from. In this chapter, he has raised begrudgingly and possibly under threat of force why he should risk his son's and wife's life for a child he has no direct familial connection. Yeah, I see what you mean. With and he doesn't care for. It's true. He's being asked to put his family at risk. Well, maybe he isn't, but he definitely sees it like that, which you just would, guys, because he clearly doesn't know exactly what's going on either, and so he should really be told as much as Harry, just so he doesn't kick him out, you know. Because if Petunia wasn't home during this scene, he would have been kicked out, right? Jeez. Can't wait for Christmas when we'll be getting my favourite chapters. Looking forward to getting to the rest of Harry Potter and the onset of puberty. Amazing, Simon. Great comment. Always appreciate it. Thank you so much. Pumpkin Sparks. Heyo, Veggie. I guess I missed nearly all of book 4. Oh, Pumpkin Sparks. Well, it's nice to see you back. I had a really bad year brain-wise and just couldn't handle long format anything. I appreciate that. These videos are certainly not for everyone in any state. I completely understand that. But I'm getting better and starting a new book. One of my favourites feels like a good point to get back in. Well, you're very welcome. It's lovely to see you back. I hope this is getting better for you. As a kid, I absolutely loved Chapter 2. First, we get the whole Mrs. Figgs revelation that just leaves you gobsmacked. Yeah, that's so cool. And Mundungus as well. Crazy. And then we get pure chaos with the owls, the pack of owls. And the back and forth with the letters. And the Dursleys being absolutely nonplussed by the mention of Voldemort, and Harry realizing that, wow, Petunia is my mum's sister. I know, that little sentence there was so powerful. And then he just calmly explains to them a magical incident in Little Withering that just tickles my bones. Yeah, well, I love that he's just basically giving minimum information because he just knows that he's not going to be accepted by them, you know. Especially the later half of the chapter, living rent-free in my head for more than 20 years now, and the resurfaces everyone in a while giving me the giggles. All my love to Woozle. Thank you so much, Pumpkin Spice. I will be sure to give that. Yeah, it's just been a great start to the book. It really, really has. And like you say, the Petunia moment for Harry is so important to him, you know. And it's almost a throwaway line, but it's such a. I'm going to be very interested to see how they treat each other from now on. I really am, because in the movies, I'm really not sure how much more they're really in the movies. But yeah. Fascinating stuff. Pumpkin Sparks, hope things are getting back better for you. Nice to see you back. So it's a bit late, Gaffnob, and it's not anything very exciting, I'm afraid. It's a tiny bit of a donut and then a dry biscuit, but Woozle has decided to join us. There you go, monkey. You're going to have those. I know, it's not very exciting. You're going to have something meaty a little bit later on. Good gal. Well done. What a smart little noodle. It's such a lovely day, guys. I'm stuck in here doing this. I'm only joking. But yeah, it's like the first really nice day today, actually. Not that I would be anywhere else. I'd rather be here. Spotney. Oopty poor Veggie. Ravenclaw. I found your channel a couple of months back, and I've been binging all your book reviews to catch up. You have never caught up in a couple of months, surely. Spartany. That is... Okay, let's continue your comment. Sorry. Thank you so much, by the way. Thank you. You're very welcome. Now I can leave my first comment. So you have caught up. Well done. That is incredible. A lot of reactors talk about doing book reviews, but none actually follow through like you did. So thank you for that. I appreciate that. I'm mad. I really am insane starting this project. But I would have never guessed that anyone would want to watch these sort of videos. And so the fact that you guys are a part of it is, thank you so much. It's wild. This is a dyslexic, and a large part of these videos is reading. If I told myself 5 years ago this is what I'd be doing, I never would have believed me. I really wouldn't. And also 5 years ago was when I was talking, earlier on, I was in a very bad way during that time. And so, yeah. Thank you for doing that. I've enjoyed them so very, very much, and the comment community too. Fantastic. The community is incredible. Even though I've read these a dozen times, a lot of book clubs comments have given me some new perspectives. Oh, you and me both, guys. It's been incredible. It really has. Even just today's comments. I'm also an when I talk about being ambidextrous? I must have done. Okay, yeah, I am ambidextrous. I can't write with both hands, but I am ambidextrous, though. I can flick coins with both hands. Wow, ambidextrous, dyslexic, NFL fans, a Bears fan, excellent, fantastic. Who used to watch wrestling? Kurt Angle was your favourite. Incredible, absolutely incredible. So it's been easy to relate to the channel, I bet. I mean, it's been very easy. Kurt Angle's incredible, guys. He really is. And when he first came into the WWE, he was just the greatest, just such a brilliant character. He was this dweeby, drink your milk sort of character and everything. He's clearly not into like the rough and tumble of the business or anything. But at the same time, he was incredibly good. And so he was a brilliant heel when he first came into it. He was so good. He was so good. And he was a amateur wrestler, and so he's not like he had acting talent or anything, but he was incredible at it though. He won a gold medal with a broken freaking neck, as he kept saying. There's been a lot of discussion about the story's perspective. So I'd like to share two alternative theories. The first one is I'm not a fan. But the first one, I'm not a fan, but I think it deserves a mention. Oh, okay, here we go then. Let's strap in. Harry stays with his aunt, uncle, and cousin, who are really nice people. Treat him well. His parents really died in a car crash, and to cope, Harry makes up the entire story in his head. That's cool. I like that. I mean, obviously it doesn't hold water, but I really like that. I really like that. That would be a really good short story, wouldn't it? It's like Tales of the Unexpected Topic, you know. But that's a very interesting take on it, though. The lack of food and living under the house, under the... Oh, I guess you could have like a nice basement area. Right, anyway. Locking it, not so much. Do they lock it? I think so. I can't remember. It's been such a while now. This next one is my personal favourite, and is my headcanon. This is true. 2. In the past, a book club member has shared their view about the story being told by a third-person narrator. I think that's true. Also, JKR has hinted many times that Hermione was a character modelled after herself. Rowling, aka Hermione, is a narrator. If you really think about it, it makes sense. She has access to Harry, and which of the trio has the most likely to sit down and puts their entire story into writing. I see. So it's like the Hobbit, though. I mean, I read the Hobbit, guys, but the way that the Hobbit is written by Bilbo, the book is written from the perspective of Bilbo. This is Hermione writing down Harry's story in the same way that there's a Tale of Fire and Ice in Game of Thrones. There's a book of a Tale of Fire and Ice, or Ice and Fire. There's a book written about the events of it in Game of Thrones, which is the name of the book series. And so, yeah, I like that a lot. That's actually really cool. I hope these theories have blown your mind and sent you on wild tangents, as always. The kind I used to dislike when I first watched, but I've grown to love. I appreciate that. I'm so glad you stuck with it, Spartany. That is greatly appreciated, because sometimes they've gone for like 20 minutes. I'm pretty sure we don't do that anymore, and I feel like today I have been pretty succinct. I feel like it's a streamlined veggie today, but I really appreciate that you don't mind it, though. So, Spartany, thank you so much for joining the discussion, getting caught up so quickly, and hope to see you next time. Great comments and theories. Rione, is it? I'm so sorry. Hi, Veggie. I find Mrs. Fig to be quite different in these chapters compared to the film. She seems much more capable and less clueless in the book. A sort of Mrs. Weasley-ish, if you can't compare their anger. Yeah. I see that completely. Yeah, like, yeah, absolutely. I you know what? That is actually a great comparison. Molly and Mrs. Fig. Actually, in a way, Mrs. Fig has Harry's guardian, was Harry's guardian long before Mrs. Weasley adopted that role, just in a more sneaky way. I'm not sure how much more Dursley. Sorry. I'm not sure how much more Dursley stuff we're going to be getting in the books, guys. But you would imagine Fig is actually going to be... She's still going to be in her role, right? She's not going to be going to join the Order or anything. She's still going to be watching over Harry, right? So it'll be fascinating to see how much she comes up again, if she does. She very well may not. Everything to do with Petunia really gets me. She is seen as such a doting mother. Doting mother and wife in the first few books that you forget she had a whole life before then. Gives me chills. It really does. And I've always... There's always been a part of me where I don't fully believe the way that Petunia acts and talks about the Wizarding World. That's the way that she sees her sister. Now that is me doing a lot of work there, but that has always been the case. And this chapter almost confirmed that is actually true. Chills. Just chill, seriously. I felt them there as well. Thank you so much for your comments. Rioan, isn't it? I'm so sorry. You know what I'm like, but thank you so much for your comments. Madikuma. Hi Veggie, first time comment in a book club. I figured I'd join once you start the new book. Well, you're very welcome, Madakuma. Madakuma, your icon doesn't look like Danganronpa, but is your name a reference to Danganronpa? I play Danganronpa on the channel. They're all privated at the moment because when I got hacked, all my videos got privated. And I know that there were some streams that I wasn't happy with Danganronpa, and so I purposely didn't make them public, and so making them public would actually be quite difficult. I probably could do though. What I'd have to do is make them all public and then quickly grab the ones that appear as new, because they'll appear on the front screen, and then remove them. But yeah, if your comment is a reaction to Danganronpa, like I say, your icon looks kind of anime, but it's certainly not Danganronpa style though. That's got a very specific style. I mean, the fact is, like, Kuma just means bear, doesn't it? Which Monokuma is a bear. He's a black and white bear, if you can believe it. Great series, guys. Great series. The games are very, very dark, so be careful. Storyline-wise, they're very, very dark. But they are very good, though. They're very good. In fact, in a weird way, Hunger Games kind of reminded me of them. In a weird way. The animes are good. Well, no. I didn't like the... I just didn't like Danganronpa 3, which was an anime series. It just wasn't my cup of tea, I'm afraid. I did do reviews for them, though. But season 1, like Danganronpa 1, the anime, is really good, but you really need to play the game first to really appreciate it, because it really rushes through it. It really does. But either way, if it's not Danganronpa reference, ignore everything I just said. I'm going to have a quick another drink, because I'm clearly not drinking enough liquids at the moment. But thank you so much for joining us, though, and it seems like a few of you have thought that this was a good, appropriate point to jump on. You're very welcome. You're very welcome here. I love this scene with the Dursleys. We got Vernon ranting about owls, accusing Harry of criminal activities, and his repeated pronunciation or mispronunciation of the Dementors. To Petunia, knowing facts about the Wizarding World, her understanding the gravity of Voldemort's return, and the mysterious howling howler addressed to her. It still blows my mind. Truly, Harry's magical life and Muggle life have collided in a way that is chaotic, funny, and foreboding all at once. Yeah, absolutely. That is a great summarization of Chapter 2. It was so good. It fitted so much in. Also, I kind of do appreciate Vernon's perspective over his family, despite coming at the expense of Harry. Do you think Petunia only let him stay because of the Howler, or was she genuinely scared for Harry's safety? Either way, I hope you enjoy Order of the Phoenix. That is a great question, Madakuma, and I'm going to say it's the latter. I think there is a genuine concern for her. For him, sorry. I do. I feel like she may have ended up just saying it anyway. Without the Howler. But the Howler was there to remind her. Oh, good stuff. Madakuma, thank you so much for your first comment. I hope to see you next time as well. Thank you so much. Oh, it's long. Emma. Emma. I think I'll just call you Emma. No, Emma. Sorry. Hey, Big V. Very nice. Very nice. I see what you did there. Along a comment, as promised. That's right, you did. Now, guys, I do usually say... Now, I'm just going to preface this, Emma, because you're absolutely right. So, usually I do say try to keep your comments... shorter. That's why when I saw this, it's always a long comment. But Emma did contact me saying that she'd missed out on the last few, and she really wanted to get this in, and that she will be trying to shorten it down and everything. So I appreciate that, Emma, and thank you so much for the message as well. I'm not that active on Instagram. I'm really not. Blue Sky and Twitter is really where I'm more active. But I can be found on Instagram as well. Still pictures of Woozle. This one. As promised, even after deleting a bunch, Kitos ja Agtisi. Excellent. One, I want to begin by saying that this is the book that means to me the most. It always has. It may not be the best objectively, but it is my book. It's each their own, of course, absolutely. I saw the movie in the theatres with my dad and sister and felt personally offended by the filmmakers. I kept making snide comments and saying things like, "That's not right," out loud. That's amazing. Oh, the people sitting next to you must have been delighted. My dad tried to hush me, but I was so angry to care. Well, we've had that before. We've had people walking out of the cinema with Dumbledore said calmly before. So yeah, it seems to be a bit of a trend. Seriously, the cinemas must have been chaos back then. Harry as a character and this entire first chapter feels different compared to the 4 that came before it. I wonder if you felt that way. The 4D. Yeah, no, that has clearly been a huge effect on him. But also this blooming isolation it's bringing out this new Harry more. So I'm guessing that once he gets back with his friends, if he gets back with his friends, then that will soften a lot. But he ain't been able to heal much at all in this situation, guys. Little me was experiencing big life changes and depression when book 5 came out. I'm so sorry to hear that, Emma. And much like the ones before, it offered me escapism. Only it was happy escapism that time. It was sad and defiant and melancholy. There's this underlying feeling of sadness that seeps through the pages. It's true, and maybe that's because I've been saying about how the movie starts off so weirdly, like it's really, really quiet. Maybe that is to reflect the doom that is in the pages. Maybe I've been unfair on the movie scene. But yeah, I get it though. There's no at this point in any of the books we would have had a really joyous moment by now, wouldn't we? It's just not there. Sure, the owls with Vernon and everything, but that's that's the best we got so far. And of course, Fig as well. The book felt like a hug from someone who truly understands the anger and hopelessness I was experiencing in my body. Looking back, that is probably the reason it is my book. I really appreciate that, Emma, and you say about objectivity earlier on and everything. That sort of thing is completely irrelevant to me. This book clearly meets. I've come to the conclusion, guys, that I do feel like I love Arcane. I think that everything about Arcane is fantastic. You know that I bring it up all the time. I do feel like maybe the reason why I am really passionate about it is because it was there during the last few years, which have been an absolute nightmare. And so I feel like that has been one of my escapism. Obviously, the Harry Potter books as well have been escapism, the movies as well, and all that sort of stuff as well. And so, yeah, I feel like that's why I gush about it so much. But yeah, I feel like that's completely granted. And so, yeah, I appreciate that it is your book. I love that. My copy went through a lot too. Admittedly, its pages are all wavy from me reading it in the shower too often. That's amazing. Oh my goodness. How does that even work? That's crazy. I'm amazed there's still even, I'm surprised there are even still pages. 2. About Harry's dream. The dream included The dream included details that didn't happen in reality, like Harry crying for his parents' help, so true, and begging for Cedric's life. Our brains process experiences and feelings in our sleep, so I can't look at the dream as just a nightmare. Harry's brain is processing seeing his parents in the graveyard. It's so true. And because of that, he's experiencing it, and he's trying to change it and all this sort of thing. That's fascinating, and reacting to it in a different way. He probably feels like they should still be alive, and they're for him to rely on and save him from harm, and be their child, isn't it? Yeah. So he wouldn't have to. I know how children often view their parents, like they can solve any issue and confront any bad guy. Harry is still just a kid too. This is such a great point about Harry in his dreams seeing his parents as parents and wanting them to save the day. Oh my goodness, Emma, that is a cracking point. 3. Apologies in advance for bringing this back, but I wanted to end on a lighter note. I just wait till I'll tell my dad you had that thing out. Running to daddy now, are you? Is his ickle boxing champ frightened of a nasty little... wait, what? Oh my goodness, of course. Changing the... Yeah, of course. Inserting that word into a sentence. That's brilliant. Harry's special little wand. Amazing. Emma, thank you so much for your comment. I appreciate you, asking if it is okay if this one was a bit of a chunky one. I really do. Margarita. One is where here is where we see book Harry really diverge from the movie counterpart. In the movie, Dudley picks on Harry and provokes. In the book, Harry bullies and scares Dudley, provoking him into retaliating. I'm loving the fact that this is being brought up. Movie Harry, exclamation marks, very interesting. Oh, I see. I book and movie Harry. I like it. Movie Harry worries he's being bad because he feels angry all the time, but the book actually shows us how Harry's anger makes him nasty. His character is so real because people do react to trauma in ugly ways. Now, that's such a brilliant point, Margarita, and that just makes me reflect on what I said earlier on about him being worried about being expelled. That's why he's not going after the gang, rather than not going after the gang because it's the right thing to do. And so that is a perfect example of that. So, yeah, this is the book where he says to Black about him always... the movie, I should say, where he says to Black that he's always feeling angry. I think. It must be. So that's fascinating then. That is absolutely fascinating. And yeah, you make a great point. 2. Speaking of Harry not being the best self in these chapters, I love the detail of him feeling offended by Mrs. Weasley and Mr. Weasley and Sirius acts as though he'd been misbehaved when, for an adult perspective, they are not acting like that at all. It's absolutely true. And also, in Harry's mind, he has been extremely restrained. Like he says, there you go, Sirius. No, keeping my nose clean and all that sort of stuff. Not what you would have done. Yeah, so it is a real slap in the face to Harry. It really is. 3. The most sinister detail of these chapters is Mr. Weasley telling Harry in capital letters, "Do not surrender your wand." It's true. Imagine what would have happened if... I can't imagine what... There would have been a shootout, wouldn't there? And Harry would be going... I don't know if kids can go to Azkaban, but my goodness, it would have been definitely heavily suggested. It suggests Mr. Weasley, who works for the Ministry, knows they have no legal right to take Harry's wand. Oh, interesting. It's disturbing that the government is trying to intimidate and coerce a teenager who doesn't know his rights, and it hints that some of the corruption to come. That's fascinating, Margarita. And that really is showing the legal, like, you know, that's fascinating. Like police officers demanding information that they have actually no right to, legally. Wow, Margarita, I didn't see it like that at all. 4. Finally, this exchange absolutely sent me as a teen. Listen to the news again. Well, it changes every day, you see, said Harry. I know. Even just the way he delivers that is so sarcastic. He could have said it changes every day. But the way he says, you see, it's such a condescending way of saying it. I love it. Hope you and Woozle are doing well. Sending you both love from New York. Margarita Pizza, thank you so much. Greatly appreciated. We're doing good, guys. I think that we are... I don't know how many comments left we got, but I'll do a quick count now. We are doing good. We've got 15 comments left. We're at around 4 hours and 10 minutes or something. So I feel like it will be a sub 5 hour one this time, guys, which is always a reason for celebration. So yeah, let's continue on. Karen, long time since I've been able to make a comment in the book club. Life's been so busy, and my son, who was born in November. Oh my goodness, we got another book club baby, guys. Congratulations, Karen. Seriously, that's amazing. My son who was born in November. Yes. That's this past November. Yes. I wasn't sure. I wasn't sure for some reason. Yeah, it must be yes. So I thought I'd begin OOTP. Be a good time to start again with the book club. Well, Karen, you're very welcome. Again, congratulations. That's amazing news. Yeah, that's incredible. Like I say, we've had a couple of book club babies before, so that's amazing. I will say that the movie 5 and 6 are my least favourite, so when I started reading OOTP, I did not expect to enjoy it. Let me tell you, I was wrong, and I hope you thoroughly enjoy it. Oh, I feel like I'm already enjoying it, but yes, I feel like I'm definitely going to, yeah. I feel so sorry for Harry. He witnessed his fellow schoolmates die. Pardon me. And now he is left in the dark about what's going on. No wonder he's trying to listen to the news. I would be freaked out myself knowing Voldemort is back, and I'd feel like a sitting duck. You really start to see the beginning of angst Harry. Just remember reading this book. He's only 15, poor kid. Oh, absolutely, I'm there with you. I do feel like maybe some of you may have thought that I'd be going really hard on Harry. I don't think I am, guys. I feel like what I said about him affecting Dudley in that way, I feel like that's an interesting take, at least. But I feel like I'm absolutely understanding, the situation that he is going through, which is not good. Thank you, Karen. Lovely to see you back. Hope all is going well. And yeah, congratulations. Maddie. Hi, Veggie and Woozle. Have you noticed that this is the first book in the entire series that has no recap in the summary of Harry's backstory? It really doesn't. It really doesn't, Maddie. That's so true. It just delves right into the action. I just love how everything feels so intense. Well, you see, sorry, Maddie, this is not, you are right, it absolutely does. But I've got to say, this book starts off with a hosepipe band. So delving right into the action is an amazing way of putting it, considering the very first thing it says is there's a hosepipe band. Sorry, I'm joking. I just love how everything feels so intense right from the start, but with just the right amount of humour, courtesy of sassy, angsty Harry. It's crazy how Vernon is ranting about all the unpleasant things that happened to them since Harry found out he was a wizard. It's true, he lists them off without realising that those things happened except for the Dementors because they have been so nasty to him. Oh! That's a cracking point. That's so true, and could have been avoided if only they'd treated Harry decently. That's actually very true, Maddie. I had to think for a second there, but they kind of are. They kind of got what they deserve each time, really, didn't they? Lastly, my favourite moment is Mrs. Fig just losing it. McNuggets is incredible. That's got to be in the TV show. I feel like it has to be. Again, there may be a bit of a stereotype there, but I feel like I don't know. Either way, Maddie, great comment. Thank you so much for making it. Lucy. Hiya, Veggie. Hope you're well. I remember when this book came out, I didn't have enough money to pay rent, let alone buy a new book. But I went to the midnight release with a couple of friends. Anyway, just for the ambience, absolutely, for the experience. I totally get that. In the following week, they got so annoyed that they couldn't talk about the book around me that they bought me a copy so we could all read it together. God bless them. That's freaking cool, Lucy. I love that so much. It was so nice. That is such a lovely story, and that's such a lovely memory to have about this book. Your friends are awesome. I love that. Tell them Veggie says they're awesome. Unless that'd be weird, because they probably have no idea who I am. But yeah, either way, they are awesome. Funnily enough, I ended up not really liking the book. How dare they? that was a joke. That was a joke. I'm not really liking the book. I think it might have been my least favourite, mostly because of a certain Toadie in pink. We will meet shortly. I'm thinking the reread will be more enjoyable now that I know what's coming to her. Well, quite. Actually, that's actually so true. Because in my head, at least, I feel like everything is going to kind of end up okay. Whereas, to you guys, you have no idea. Oh my goodness. I've never even thought about that, but that's so true. I'm glad for the reintroduction of Mrs. Fig. It's so interesting, guys, because I thought it was Miss Fig, and it seems like it's a bit like a Mandela effect. Like most of us think it was Miss Fig. Yeah, very interesting. Unless it is, I'm pretty sure it is Mrs. though. I had pictured her so differently from how the movie portrayed her. Well, quite. The movie version was good, but the book version is awesome. I agree. I do like the movie version, I must admit. I may be wrong about this, but I heard people in the UK use the noun strokes instead of pets. Oh yeah, absolutely. When that we use in the US to refer to petting animals. Is that true? Oh no, I am stroking Woozle. Absolutely. I see petting as being that. Oh, sorry, baby. It didn't mean to wake you up. What a snoozer. What a snoozer. Yeah, you have heard absolutely correctly. Give Woozle lots of strokes. Oh, there we go. For me. Well, there you go. I just did. Lucy, great comment. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Dara. Hello, Veggie and Woozle. Another new book. Exciting. Since the most interesting questions have been asked already, just a few words. Oh, okay. I like Umbridge. She is a well-written character, so don't worry. Yeah, this is the thing. 'Cause I reckon that I'm going to, in a weird way, enjoy her chapters because of the way the character is written, rather than me agreeing with what the character is doing. You know, this is something which I've brought up countless times on the channel, guys. I'm intrigued to find out what Umbridge is like in the book. I really am, guys. So I was told that Rita was a lot worse, you know, so it's going to be interesting meeting Umbridge. Looking forward to some of the later chapters. Is going to be interesting. Thank you so much, Dara. I really appreciate the comment. Hope things are going okay. Kristen. Hi, Veggie. I haven't commented much, but will now, as you're getting into my favourite book. There we go. There are some important parts in the second chapter I want you to remember. When Petunia said, "I've heard that awful boy tell her a couple of years ago," who do you think that she's referring to? Harry says it's his parents, but she doesn't confirm or deny this. That is so true. I just assumed, before this book club, I just assumed it was James and Lily. I'm sure it is Lily. If it's not Lily, that would be kind of weird, because I can't imagine who it would be. But I'm now convinced it's serious, and I think that that's who's sending him her letter. The Howler. Also, who do you think sent the Howler to Petunia? This chapter shows Petunia may hate her sister overheard a lot, and may know more than she's given credit for. No, absolutely, it's a side of her which I never ever expected to happen. Vernon is a lot worse than in the movies. The fact he was a bit happy to want to know if there was a death penalty is crazy. It's true. I guess there's a chance he may have been joking, but I don't know. Going on Vernon, what we know about him. What he said about foreign food earlier on and stuff. He would want Harry to die. Petunia really is the only reason he is alive. Well, that's a trip of a way to think of it, isn't it? My goodness. It really is. That's wild. Sorry for the long comment. Oh no, this isn't a long comment. Sorry for the long comment. I love your book reviews, and I can't wait for the next two chapters. Kristen, this is, I would say, pretty much perfect when it comes to length of a comment. It can be longer, it can be shorter. So don't worry about that. So I'd love seeing you back, and yeah, I'm glad we're getting into your favourite book. And that seems to be a trend, guys. A lot of people are saying that. Here's Max. Pardon me, Max. I'm so sorry. Max, what time does Elimination Chamber start tonight? I know you can't answer me because this video will be out after Elimination Chamber comes out. But yeah, I'm not sure. Because the last pay-per-views have been coming out a bit early. What time is Elimination Chamber 2025 in the UK? Coverage starts at 12. Yeah, it looks like it's back to the normal time. That's fine, it's fine. The earlier hours have been really good. Anyway, enough waffle. That's wrestling talk, guys. I apologise. Angry Teenage Harry is my favourite Harry, and we are going to get him a lot in these final 3 books. Excellent. Oh no way, we only have 3 books left. Well, yes, we only have 3 books left, but this is going to be a long book that we're working on right now, though. So don't you worry. Wow, Max, thank you so much for your comments. And yeah, I'm already enjoying the Harry sass. I'm already enjoying the Harry sass. H. Hi, Veggie. It's understandable because of years of bullying and the understandable anger and bitterness he's feeling at this point. But he's really nasty to Dudley in this chapter. I agree. I do. I'm glad that you're saying it as well, H, because I do feel like maybe I'd be alone on this. Still, when danger is there, he's really worried about Dudley as well, which is nice to see. It's so true. I did pick up on that on my notes as well. I did appreciate that. And Dudley clearly isn't exactly innocent here. Yeah. I really liked this between Harry and Dudley. I really did, guys, because they're both to blame for making the other version. They really are, partly at least. Obviously, partly for both. But they really are, in my opinion. The whole conversation with the Dursleys about the magic world is so satisfying somehow. Yeah, there you go. Did Mrs. Polkiss, give you something foreign for tea? It's such a fantastic Vernon question. It is, like I say, I just went, whoa, when I heard that. It's as if someone had tried to make a man out of the Daily Mail newspapers. Yeah, now I always say this, guys, if you read the Daily Mail, I've nothing against you at all. I honestly don't. But it is very, very obvious that the Daily Prophet and Vernon are versions of the stereotype of the people that would read that paper. So yeah, I'm with you, H. I really do see it. The Dementor attacks remind me of a Veggie moment that really made me laugh. I don't know. Hopefully it was intentional. When you were first introduced to the Dementors on the train, in Prison of Azkaban movie, when it opened the door, your reaction was, "I'm wearing tickets, please." Okay, yeah, that was a good moment. That was, I gotta admit, H, to peel the curtains back just a little bit again, I was very pleased with that line. I really was. Another line that I was very pleased with, but unwittingly, was in my Hunger Games videos, where just before I had the break, I said, I didn't say that, Boozle. I said, that guy looks a little bit like Lenny Kravitz. When I found out it was, I was actually delighted, because I thought that was really funny. Yeah, because obviously I found out a few minutes later when we took the break. So yeah, I was pleased with that moment, H, I must admit. Thank you so much for your comment, greatly made. Stephen. Hi, Veggie. I can't remember a large portion of the books, except for some standout moments that stuck to me. So I'm looking forward to going through it again. Excellent. You know what? I said it earlier on. This and the next movie, I'm really convinced. I think this is the movie which ends in the Ministry with, I was going to say Delacour, that's not right, with Lestrange. I think it is. It must be. But there's certain bits which I really do muddle up these two movies with, so it'll be interesting to go through it. One of the moments that stuck with me after reading this book for the first time was Petunia in chapter 2. She is fascinating, and although I can't forgive her for all the way she treats both Harry and Dudley, I appreciate you mentioning Dudley there, I do feel terrible for her. Her reaction to hearing what Vernon was back. Voldemort was back was heartbreaking, and I do get the feeling that somewhere deep down she is worried about losing the only piece of her sister she has left, her nephew. I think you're right. I do. I feel like that is a great summarization of that. I do wish this scene was more in the movie, because it really does do wonders to the development of her character, and quite frankly we don't get enough development for the Dursleys in general, except Dudley. Yeah, I can't, and not even that much for Dudley, quite frankly, you know. So yeah, I completely agree. Fron Shaw is a fantastic actor and could have done this scene so well. Deathly Hollow's deleted scene was proof. I'm not sure if I've seen her in anything else. I don't think I have. I mean, I've seen Vernon in loads of stuff, guys. My favourite being With and All Night. Again, not a movie for everyone. Worth checking out the trigger warnings as well, guys. Just in case. And his character is... I mean, the fact, whenever he calls... I got to admit this, guys. Whenever he says... whenever he calls Harry boy, it does kind of make me think of With and All Night. And that ain't a good bit. That is a dark bit, quite frankly. Anyway, let's move on from that. But yeah, I love With and All Night, guys. It is a comedy, but it has some very, very strong subject matters in it. And the characters that are in it, Marwood and Withnail, we're not meant to like. We're not meant to like. They are scum of the earth. They are not good people. It's important to remember, you know. But by the end of it, you still feel a lot for them. At least that's my experience. Back to it. Okay, I'll say this. You guys have been saying you like tangents. I'll keep this really, really quick. So, at the end of With and All Night, tiny little spoiler here, Withnail recounts a soliloquy from Hamlet. And it's a very powerful scene, because it's basically showing this absolute lowlife had all the potential in the world, and it's just either against his will or by his own will. It's never going to be appreciated. And so it's a beautiful moment. And so I was looking, I decided, because I don't know the story of Hamlet, guys, so I decided to look up this soliloquy on YouTube to see if there's any other versions of it. Saw one with Kenneth Branagh, or as you may know, Gilderoy Lockhart, filmed at Blenheim Palace, which is somewhere which I know well. And so I decided to watch it, and I was watching it, and it's Hamlet and two other people, don't know who they are, walking up some steps and everything in Blenheim Palace. Very, very exciting. And as they get up the steps, as it gets closer, I realise, oh god, that's Timothy Spall. That literally happened this last week. This literally happened this last week. I was like, oh no, I'm going to feel bad again. It's actually glorious, because it's like really slowly walking up the steps, and slowly I realised who it was that was standing next to him. Amazing. Anyway, sorry, a little tangent there. Yeah, I ain't seen her, and that's I think. Remember my last Petunia. Who do you think sent the Howler? Were you expecting to get this kind of character moment for her? Absolutely not. Not never. It's one of the standout moments in the books too for me, to see that there's more to her than what's on the surface. Yeah, this is the thing, guys, because when I reacted to the deleted scene from Deathly Hallows, I did get comments saying this is Petunia being out of character. I kind of get the feeling that scene was filmed to make up for this, or whatever's to come with Petunia. I really do. And so yeah, I thought it was fantastic. Yeah, and it absolutely gave me chills. So good. Stephen, thank you so much for your comment. Alexandra, so excited for this book. I remember your movie reaction, and I thought it was great because you really were interested and fascinated by the corruption in which is a thing which is, I think, key to the story. So I can't wait for you to get to sorry, this is me. For you, how you feel about it throughout the book. Yeah, it was perfectly written. It's my dyslexia kicking in. I'm sorry. Yeah, no, I can't wait. I can't wait for Red Tape. I really can't. I really can't. I love how much attitude Harry has towards the Dursleys in these chapters. Really shows his confidence in himself as he's getting older. It's true, and also he's just like, there's just no point in trying to discuss it with you. That's how I see it. But it is definitely his confidence as well, though. I love that Mrs. Fig gets brought back, and that we have a very different Squib character now. It's true, she's definitely very different from Filch. Someone who didn't become bitter about being non-magical in the world. That's... Well, she is living in a muggle world, so maybe that makes it easier. But that's so interesting, though. That's very interesting. I do completely understand how upset that would be, but I think having a positive Squib character was important. Oh, absolutely. I completely agree. Absolutely. And she's the only one doing it, isn't she, I presume? So I'm hoping that she's okay living where she is, because she's been living there for a long time. I hope... You know what? Because we've heard about her going on holiday. I think we've heard about her going on holiday, right? And someone having to feed the cats, or am I just making it up? I think I may be just making that up. But I hope that when Harry's at Hogwarts, she gets to go to Ibiza or something, you know? Just like go chill out a bit, you know? I hope so. Imagine Mrs. Fig and Ibiza. Imagine me and Ibiza. That ain't my scene, I'm afraid, guys. Cornwall. And if I could go anywhere in the world, it would probably be Tokyo. Despite the fact that I'd have to look down all the time because I'd be terrified of looking up because of the tall buildings. Anyway. And I wouldn't mind seeing the Rams play at home in LA as well. Someone... I have always found the Dementors... the Dementor's Dudley experience fascinating. What does that feel like when you're being attacked by someone you can't see? Oh my goodness, it's like there's just no point in fighting, is there? Really, is there? Or he does try and run for it. What did the Dementors make him relive? That's something that a few people have brought up. Might this experience affect him in the future? In a good or bad way? I'm intrigued to see. I don't know if we will see, because like I say, I feel like they're really not in the movies much after this point. But I'm intrigued to see. I really am. I also love that Petunia's character is given dimension here with her knowledge, knowing what Dementors are and the Howler. I remember having the same feeling as Harry, where he had the moment of connection with his mother. I hadn't really thought about the fact that that this woman grew up with and at the same time as Lily, and had her own experiences with the Wizarding World that would have been very important from Lily and Harry's. It's just felt very big realization to me, you know, and something that's come to me. What happened with Lily when it went to go into Diagon Alley? I presume that happened. Did her parents take her? Did her parents like the fact that she was a wizard? Did they see Petunia as a letdown that she wasn't? Is that why Petunia's kicking off? Did Petunia get taken to Diagon Alley? Very possible. God, guys, we have talked about prequels a lot. Particularly with the Marauders. That would be amazing. I just realised that I would love a Lily Potter prequel. Because it'd be Lily Potter, Snape, James obviously, but her finding out that she's a wizard. I feel like I'm saying this wrong, aren't I? She did find out that she was a wizard, didn't she? Yes. She wasn't. Yeah. Of course she was. Of course she was. Yes. I'm getting a little bit confused now, guys. It's late into the book review, to be fair. I am getting a little bit confused. realization to me. Sorry, this is a bit long. I hope you and Woozle are well. We are well, although she's waiting for me to take her out right now. Take her out for a walk, I should say. Alexandra, great comment. Always appreciate it. And that was definitely food for thought regarding Lily. Let's have a look how many we got left. We got Dobby next. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So let's get them done. Let's get them done. Here we go. So, Dobby! Hi, Veggie. Just call me Dobby. I appreciate that. You know what? I'll have one go at your surname. Delstoffer? Delstoffer. That O is probably pronounced differently than I'm saying it, isn't it? Anyway, Dobby. Hi, Veggie. Just call me Dobby. If you had trouble pronouncing my name, Delstoffer is Dutch for Niffler. Dobby Niffler. I'm loving it. I'm loving it. And that's a great translation as well. I'm not completely caught up with the reviews yet, but I didn't want to miss the start of this new book, so I finally subscribed. Thank you so much, Dobby. And you know what? That's fine. You don't need to be fully caught up. I think the way that my brain works, I would have to just for me. But if you ever like, oh, it's that bit. Okay, cool. I'll just give my thoughts about that as you're listening through the older ones. That's also fine as well, as you have done here. This book features Harry being exceptionally teenagery, a lot of injustice, and didn't even make me start. Don't get me started on Umbridge. Since everything is so well written, I just feel so frustrated every time something like that happens. Which is why this is my least favourite book in the series. Still love it though. I understand that. I do understand that, Dobby. I personally think that I am going to enjoy that aspect of it, but I can completely understand people not so much. Why on earth did the Daily Prophet get delivered at 5 in the morning? Surely there is a better way to manage this than setting your alarm that early every day to pay the owl. That's actually very interesting, because I was going to say, well, paper boys, at least when I was a kid, would start around 6, I think. Maybe. I tried doing it. I was awful, guys. I was awful at everything. I was awful at everything back then. I'm still pretty awful at most things now. But they do start very early. But that was just putting a paper through a door. You got to pay the owl in this world. That sounds like a Wizard World saying, doesn't it? You got to pay the owl in this world. So yeah, that's actually very true. Unless it's a subscription. I swear that Hermione's got a subscription. So maybe that's it. But either way, surely there's a better way to manage this than setting your alarm that early every day to pay the owl. I never would subscribe if I had to get out of bed that early, haha. Yeah, you know what, the payment method's very interesting. I'm honestly not sure. Because Hermione does have a subscription, but does she pay each individual time? I'm honestly not sure. That is a great question. But I guess Harry's fine with it coming at 5 in the morning because he really wants to know. And I guess it's for wizards and witches who are going to be going to work and want it on their way to work. Or at breakfast. That is early, though. I wonder why... I mean, I'm talking about Elimination Chamber. That will end an hour before the Daily Prophet arrives, guys. That's how early it is. I wonder why Mrs. Fig is walking around with a bag of cat food. That's a great point. It seems a bit late to go grocery shopping. I would love it if she deliberately took it as a weapon when she found out Mundungus had disapparated. Dobby, I didn't know what I was going to say in response to that. I think you have it 100%. She's going to take something. She can't use her wand and everything. She's got to have something to swing, and she knows that she can swing a bag around. I think you're absolutely spot on. I love it. Absolutely love it. Greeting from the Netherlands. Thank you so much, Dobby. Thank you so much for your comment. I hope to see you next time as well. But yeah, good luck on the catching up and everything. And thank you. That was a great point about the cat food. I think you're absolutely on the money. Grace. Hi Veggie, Chapter 1 notes. I would love to read the fan fiction about Harry and Dudley having each other's backs growing up. They could have been as close as brothers. Yeah, it's so true. That's why I really enjoy and appreciate the fact that we had this scene. Despite that it wasn't exactly that amiable, you did still get the feeling that they are a part of the same family, you know, because real siblings will argue and everything, you know, so I love that. We immediately get sassy Harry, and I love it, of course, as everyone does. Chapter 2 notes. I do think Mrs. Fig's cats... do you think Mrs. Fig's cats are magical? How else could they warn her about what's going on? I think so, yes. And I do feel like there is probably something with squibs where if you find out that you're a squib, you're given cats from an early age to help you cope in the Wizarding World. It could be a coincidence that the two squibs that we have both have very important cats, who they call Mr. and Mrs. But I think it's absolutely the done thing in the Wizarding World. I really do. Mundungus is here already. We didn't see him until the 7th movie. Okay, that's very interesting to know. I know because he has been mentioned in the book, isn't he? But we haven't actually seen him in the books yet. There's a theory that when Dudley was attacked by the Dementors, the horror things that he saw were the things he did and how bad a person he was, since he didn't have a lot of bad memories. Oh, I don't know about that. I think he has a lot of bad memories. Like, you know, I mean, what happened to his aunt and everything, and although he wasn't really paying attention, admittedly. What happened to him from a young age, from Hagrid? What the Weasleys did? What Fred and George, I should say. I feel like it's going to be that. It could be his misdoings, but I don't know. I don't know. Because that would mean that he actually has real shame about it already, which he could do. I'm liking that theory, though. Don't worry, babe. We're nearly done. It's the last few comments, yeah? Good girl. Petunia and Lily are such an interesting dynamic, and I wish we learned more about it with Petunia. Hope you and Woozle are having a fantastic day. We are. I mean, Woozle's getting a little bit iffy. She wants out. But I'm nearly done. I'm nearly done, Woozle. I can't remember when I last counted the comments, but we are getting really close to it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We've got 5 more. Good girl. Are you okay to lay up there for a bit? Thank you. Thank you, Noodle. I'll get through these as fast as I can. Not too fast. Janny, hi Veggie. I had to admit that this is not my favourite book. It's actually my least favourite book. That doesn't mean I don't like it. It's just that others, the other books are better, in my opinion. That's absolutely, it's great to have your opinion. That's the point of these book clubs. Still, OOTP has some of the absolute favourite scenes in the whole series. Fantastic. Anyway, back to these 2 chapters. It seems that Petunia knows quite a lot about the Wizarding World. I like the very brief connection she has with Harry, and when she finds out Voldemort is back. Yeah, it's crazy. That was the least expected thing so far in this. Even Mundungus. The Petunia thing is wild. We met Mundungus already. Were you surprised to see him so early? Weird, I just said that. Absolutely. I was very confused. In fact, it's Mundungus of all people. Knowing what I know about him, which I shouldn't. I love Mrs. Fig yelling at him for not watching over Harry, though I'm not sure him being there would have changed much. In my head, kind of, he could have used the Patronus, which may have caused some sort of thing, but not Harry getting expelled, because yeah, I'm not sure. The Ministry would have still accused Harry of conjuring the Patronus, since Harry was supposed to be the only wizard at Privet Drive and didn't know Mundungus was there. Oh, but would they not have known it was Mundungus? Because there must be siblings born to Muggle. There must be sibling wizards born to Muggle parents. So they had to be able to differentiate it, right? I feel like this is all going to get covered in the hearing, and so hopefully I'll be able to have more of an opinion on that too. But that's fascinating, though, Jenny. Thank you so much. Jonas, hi Veggie. These beginning chapters somehow feel weirdly like some of the saddest chapters to me. In the first book, Harry still thought about why the Dursleys might not like him, etc. Right here, he fully understands everything and seems seems depressed. Also by the other things, but still, oh, absolutely, yes. And I also think that listening this time was the first time that I understood that the cat in the beginning, oh! Well done, Jonas. Well done, Jonas. Well done. I didn't pick up on that being Mr. Is it Mr. Tibbles? That is a great call. I said about a cat like coming up from under a car and everything. That's ingenious. Well done, Jonas. I don't know if everyone else picked up on that and it's just obvious, guys, but I certainly didn't make that connection. I said that it's the cat at the beginning with the loud no, sorry, was Mrs. Fig's cat. I somehow never clocked that. Hope you and Woozle have a nice day. That's awesome. You can't be that. I would never have worked that out, Jonas. So I think that a lot of people wouldn't have done as well. Nice work. Great comment. Dream myself away. Dreamy. Hiya, Veggie and Woozle, who's getting stroppy. These first chapters are what I meant a few book clubs ago with the depth in which we experience Harry's trauma in. Take a barely 15-year-old teenager with his experiences. I just got loads of empathy for him. It is kind of funny to see the actual English pronunciation for the Dementors. One is always find hilarious in German is Dementor, I guess, which basically sounds similar to Demonture. Oh, interesting. Demonture being a commonly used noun for a fitter, so basically a defitter. I like it a lot. I don't know why, but it makes me laugh every time. That's unfortunate, considering how scary they're meant to be. And it's obviously what Vernon struggles with as well. Even being in this wonderful, chaotic and serious chapter, absolutely. Wow, that's crazy. I love that. Can't wait for your journey through the chunkiest of these books. Love from Germany. Thank you so much, Dreaming. That's such an awesome comment, and I love that. That's brilliant. Two defitters showed up in the alley. I love it. Thank you so much. Wolfric's Gong? Hi, Veggie. First time commenter. I thought it was Wolfric. Wolfric. I'm okay to call you Wolfric. I believe that's how that's pronounced. You're very welcome. Thank you so much for being here. First time commenting here. I immensely enjoy these Harry Potter discussions. The longer the video, the better. This is looking like a 5-hour one again. It really is, and so there you go. Sorry in advance for the long message. It's your first one. I understand. I understand. Chapter 1. I do wonder how Mundungus heard about the stolen cauldrons. He's got connections, hasn't he? He's blooming Dale Boy over here. Dale Boy is from Only Fools and Horses, which is a show which I brought out a lot, guys. He's the main character. Who's like a wheeler and dealer, which is maybe what Mundungus Fletcher is based on, you know. Although Fletcher would suggest he's actually based on the main character from Porridge, which is another sitcom. Anyway, ignore me. Since Dementors can physically interact with the world, in one of the previous chapters, it is told that they bring prisoners food, and the thought of Dementors cooking is hilarious to me. Yeah, I wonder if they have house elves at Azkaban, like really evil ones. I don't know, maybe, because that's wild. Unless it depends what the food is. The food might just be a big vat of grey. You know, it could be, and so it may not. They ain't got the shafts out on it or anything like that. You know, which would be an image. And they also obviously take people to Azkaban to physically take them as well. I wonder if Dementors can feel pain if they are hit. I absolutely imagine so, because they are retreating for a reason, and it's not because of what they're seeing or anything or hearing. It's I think it is. I think they are. I think they do feel pain. Do you think after last summer's event, Harry's boggart is now changed to Voldemort? Asking because Harry started hearing Voldemort from the grave scene when the Dementors were affecting him. I think absolutely. It'd be nice to get a boggart update to know if Neville's still, if Snape is still the thing that Neville's the most scared of and so on like that. Be very interesting actually. Yeah, that would be very cool. For some reason, my mind just cannot think of what the heck Harry's actually is in Chamber of Secrets. Hang on. What is Harry's boggart? It's a Dementor. Of course it is. Of course it is. Of course it is. There we go. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, my mind went completely blank then. Started hearing Voldemort when the Dementors were affecting him. Well, there you go. And yes, I think it would be. Chapter 2. Dumbledore said we were to keep from magic at all costs. This suggests to me that Dumbledore was expecting Fudge to jump on any opportunity he could find to have Harry expelled. That's what I'm getting from it as well. I completely agree. So, like, keeping your nose clean. That's basically what that term means. It's like, if someone's looking out to try and bring you down, you need to keep your nose clean. I think that's it. Exactly. Me checking my nose. I think that Petunia might have liked bonding a bit more with his sister over the fact that they both were pregnant at the same time. I didn't even think about that. That's so wild to me. Again, Lily prequel. And she probably heard that Lily had to go into hiding because Voldy was after them. So Petunia probably does have quite a bit of unresolved emotions towards Voldy and of course Lily. Yeah, absolutely. Which now that she hears from Harry that he's back and after Harry might be coming up. Yeah, absolutely. It's such a surprise. It was such a surprise having all that in the chapter, and it's my main takeaway from this chapter, guys. The Petunia bit. It's absolutely crazy. Wolfric, great first comment. Thank you so much for being here. Hope to see you next time as well. Oh, we're on to the last comment. And there have not been any since, so that's all fine and dandy. So let's get it done with Savage Kim with the lovely beaker icon. Hi, Veggie. New book, yay! I don't know what that is, but I did it anyway. Sassy Harry, yay! I love all the yays, but also emotional, frustrated, and a bit mean. A very human Harry, therefore, absolutely. That's the way I see it. Absolutely. Unlike the movie, anyway. I don't feel like we're going to be ranting on the movie as much during this book's review, but we shall see. Chapter 1. Even though he had just been mean and angry to Dudley, and Dudley had hit him out of fear, Dudley was right to think that it was Harry. Yeah, sorry, not right, but of course he's going to think it's Harry. I mean, who else is he going to think is doing what's happening around him, you know? He still shouts at Dudley to cover his mouth when he knew it was a Dementor, and carry him home. Yeah, absolutely true. I love the fact that Fig doesn't help. I don't think she helps, does she? but yeah. Yeah, he does look at. I mean, the thing is, guys, I said earlier on, I feel like Harry would even do that to Draco, but at the same time, I do feel like it is an example of them actually having a family bond, which is so nice to have. I've never, ever had it so far in these books, in my opinion, anyway. Chapter 2. We learn so much about all the Dursleys, but Vernon seems to think it wouldn't be a bad idea if Harry might get sentenced harshly. So far... Sorry, Monkey, we're nearly done. But Vernon seems to think it would be a bad idea for Harry if Harry might get sentenced harshly. Sorry, okay, reading. We learn so much about the Dursleys, but Vernon seems to think it wouldn't be a bad idea if Harry might get sentenced harshly. Is that out of sadism, or is it the idea that he may be taken out of his hands, maybe? I'm not sure. Again, there's no justice moment, you know. So far as he can tell, Harry just magically made Dudley sick and dazed and confused, and he wonders if the wizard world would give him the death penalty. I do feel like there might be a chance that Vernon's joking. I do, because he's quite a sarky guy, isn't he? Kind of. I think that, sorry, they don't do the death penalty, do they? That's the way that I read the line, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe that's wrong, but that's certainly how I took it, though. Either way, that's food for thought again. What a great start to this book this has been, guys. I thoroughly enjoyed this book club. It's absolutely flown by. Absolutely flown by, despite the fact that it's probably getting on to 3 hours long. But thank you all so much for being a part of it, guys. Love every single one of you. I think this is going to be another 5-hour special. And yeah, on to the longest book in the series, guys. And I cannot wait. I've got so many questions. I had so many questions before these chapters, but now I've got even more. I'm going to get that one walked. Walkies. It's going to be a few minutes. It's going to be a few minutes, baby. I just wanted to see you react to that on video. It's be a few minutes, yeah? Love you, Bubba. Love you, Bubba. I've been the Veggie Gamer. She's been Little Doodle. And we'll see you next time.